cheer for all your Mets here. Let's go. Bring it home. Bring it home. Bring it home now. Let's go. Make it happen. There's no stopping us now. We're gonna do it again. It's not a question of how. It's just a matter. It's just a matter. It's just a matter of when.
Hello again, everybody. Joe Piscopo, Shea Stadium. The big story. Mets 86. Exciting, thrilling, awesome. Let's take a look.
What's up, Met fans? Welcome back to Talking Mets at Rob. Well, everybody, the Mets started this series one game up in the NL East. On October 2nd, on this Sunday, on Football Sunday, they find themselves one game out of first place. But we talked about what the Mets at the very least had to do was to take one game to guarantee that they have the NL East in their hands in the final 3 games of the season at home against. They failed to do that in the first 2 games. Jacob deGrom and Max Scherzer put it all on Chris Bassett. And you know what? For everybody on Mets Twitter, everyone who rightfully so has been killing the Mets, especially in this series, they were the same ones bitching and complaining and already calling for a June swoon that didn't even happen before June on that West Coast trip. They were the same ones who buried this team after they got swept by the Cubs. They were the same team who lost 3 out of 4 in Atlanta and buried the team. Yet every single time the Mets, even with their backs against the wall, find a way to provide that excitement and that hope and that winning mentality yet again. They've done it all year. And if you're not going to get behind a 98-win team who, for most people, and this is including myself, for some people, especially younger Met fans, right? I'm not that young. I'm 35. For some, that might be young. But I'm 35 years old. This is the best season I've ever seen in New York Mets history. So if you can't get behind this team, then why watch? Why even, if you're on the stream, why even be on here? Why even turn on ESPN tonight? Why waste your time? Why check the score on your phone? It makes no sense if you're going to turn your back on a team that most likely in your history, in your life, is not, if it's not the second best team you ever seen, it's definitely your first best team, depending on how old you are, right? Even the 69 Mets weren't better than this team. Yes, they won the World Series, right? But the 2006 team wasn't better. They really didn't have a pitching rotation, right? Jason, you don't have to watch. Again, you're the problematic Met fan. And I don't care how old you are. You can tell me you're 50 and you've been through this numerous times. But if you're 50, 55, or you're in your 60s or you're in your late 40s, then you were around when the Mets won the World Series in 86, right? That wasn't easy. Did you say after the Mets went down 0-2 in a World Series, did you not watch the rest of the World Series? I bet you did. I guarantee you were waving your pom-poms in 06 when the Mets were going on their run in the NLCS until they got stopped by the Cardinals with that curveball to Carlos Beltran, right? In 2015, when they completely overachieved, I bet you were the first one in line trying to get playoff tickets and trying to get World Series tickets. I guarantee you were doing that. So you're not going to get behind the team that in your history, even if you've seen almost every year in Mets history, hasn't had more. This is second best year ever in Mets history. They never had a pitching staff like they had in a very long time. The lineup that everybody loved April, May, June, and July, and parts of August, all of a sudden there is no way that you can't get behind. Blue City, yes, but that was an overachieving team. No Mets fan in the month of May or June thought this team was going anywhere, right? They were a second-place team riding on third-place team until the Cespedes trade, which was the end of July, right? Nobody believed as Met fans until they got Cespedes because they needed that big bat, right? They went on a Braves type of run in the second half in 2015. That's what they did. Right? This team has been consistent all year. This team never gave you doubt. This team never showed you that they were going to fall apart. This team still hasn't lost more than 3 games in a row. Again, 3 games in a row tonight, you can kiss the division goodbye, right? Unless some miracle happens where the Braves lose, get swept by the Marlins, and the Mets sweep the Nationals. Other than that, there's no other scenario the Mets can win the division. So if they lose tonight, the division is over. You tip your cap to the Braves. They won the division, and you tip their cap. But you know what? It's not like it's division or no playoffs. And I guarantee you, a guy like Jason, and there's enough Met fans like Jason, who will probably bought division series or wild card tickets and ready to go to the playoffs, right? And if the Mets win the wild card round and face the Dodgers, he would be the first one in Game 3 at Citi Field watching the Mets. He would be the first one in line. So those are the type of fans that are front runners, that when things are going well, They're the first one in line. They're the first one in the stream. They're the first one commenting. But when things go bad, they turn their backs on their teams. You're not a fan. I don't care if you're 60 years old or you're 20 years old. If you turn your back on a team, again, you could be critical of a team and still support this team. That's what I'm trying to say with Jason. Now, I don't know Jason personally, but you don't come on a stream and you say you're not watching tonight. Well, don't watch. But if the Mets win tonight and they find a way to win the division in game 162, you'll be the first one turning on the divisional series on October 11th watching the Mets. It's important to understand that this team in almost everyone's lifetime is not, if it's not the best team you ever seen, it's the second best team. Because besides the 86 team, name a team that's better than this team at this point. I'm not talking about 2015 that won the World Series. Right? The 2000 Mets team was another overachieving team. They weren't that good. They weren't a team that should have. The 99 Mets were better than the 2000 Mets, and they didn't even make the playoff. They didn't even make the World Series. They got knocked out. 88 was good, but again, it's the point. It was really good, but even the 88 team stumbled along the way, right? This 98 win Mets team consistently every year, every month has been good. This is the first time. Actually, no, because people thought it was Armageddon when the Mets got swept by the Cubs. Yet they came back 1-4 straight against the Pirates. They gained a 2.5 game lead on the Braves within that stretch. So thank you, Randy. I appreciate it. See, that's a respectful Met fan. Again, he's rooting for his Braves fan. He's rooting for his Braves, obviously, but he's showing respect because just because the Braves might sweep the Mets doesn't mean the Mets are a bad team. Met fans have this in their head that if they lose a division, they're out of the playoffs. They seem to just think that. So we go into the wild card. We are the home team in that wild card game. I think people forget that. Which the Met fans that are complaining, bitching, and moaning and saying they're not going to watch, they're not going to be behind this team, will be the first one in the seats on October 7th. So I'm sorry. Don't get behind this team for 5 months of the season and the last 4 games of the year. You're going to act like a crybaby and not watch the game and not get behind this team. Because, again, I guarantee you, Jason and many other Met fans in 2015 were completely done with the Mets team. And you know what? You probably had a right to be. But they were the first ones after they got Cespedes at that Washington series at Citi Field on July 31st, August 1st, August 2nd, when the Mets swept the Nationals, right? That they were all there, right? So once again, you could still be critical of this team. There's a lot of issues why this Mets team lost these 2 games against the Braves, right? Jacob deGrom, the Mets gave him a lead. He gave it right back. The Mets gave Scherzer 2 leads in this game. Again, granted, 1 run apiece, but again, they gave him 2 leads in this game. In yesterday's game, he didn't protect it. Again, you can talk about the pitching. You want to talk about that. You can talk about the manager. You can talk about the offense. This Mets team the entire year picked each other up when the other one has stumbled a little bit, right? When the pitching was down a little bit, right? When we had no Scherzer and no deGrom, it was the offense that picked up the pitching staff. When Marte and McNeil were down, when the offense was struggling, the pitchers picked us up. It's been like that the entire year. In these 2 games against the Braves, if everybody seems to forget, did the Braves outperform the Mets? Scoring-wise, yes. But they made multiple mistakes that if the Mets were either actually on their game, they could have easily ran away with those 2 games because the amount of runs they had on base for the first 2 innings of each of the first 2 games. They left a total of 8 guys on base in the first 2 innings of both games. That could have changed everything in both games. But credit to the Braves, because what they do well, as we all predicted in the series preview, when they hit home runs and you don't keep them in the ballpark, they are deadly. They're very hard to beat. That's exactly what happened. You take away the home runs, the Braves lose those games, but you can't take away those home runs, right? That's what they do well, and if they do it, they're very hard to beat. That's why they had an historic run ever since June 1st. It's not because they bunched 5, 6, 7 hits together. It's because they mash with home runs. If they don't hit home runs, they lose. It's very simple. I'm not saying they lose every single game, but their percentage is much higher when they hit multiple home runs in a game, right? It's not like the Mets were giving up 3-run homers or grand slams. They gave up 3 solos and 1 2-run homer. That's all there was. And I expect, even when the Mets were up at 10 and a half games, there was enough Met fans that were way too cocky. And I kept on telling you guys, don't be cocky. You can be confident without being cocky. Don't troll the Braves fans. Don't troll that. It's stupid. There's no reason to troll a team that just won the championship. Show them respect because they deserve it. They got better roster-wise. But that doesn't mean that they're going to get to the top of the pedestal just because the roster is better this year than last year, right? They didn't have Acuna last year. Freeman's off this team. They replaced him with Olsen. Just because this team record-wise might be better doesn't mean they're just going to make the World Series and win. They can, obviously. But the Mets also can because guess what? The last time I checked, both teams are making the playoffs, right? Everybody wants to, put the Dodgers in the World Series. The last time I checked, when the Dodgers play 162 games, they always seem to not get the job done. So for people that are giving the Dodgers all the credit in the world are forgetting that the Mets and the Braves are really freaking good. And either one of them can knock them off, no matter who is the wild card team. There is no doubt in my mind, if the Braves win the wild card and they win that wild card series, why can't they beat the Dodgers? If the Mets win that wild card series, say if the Mets win the first 2 games of the wild card series and go to the next round of the division series, and they win in easy fashion, they take care of business with no issues at all. You don't think Met fans are all of a sudden going to be confident against the Dodgers? Of course they are. So it's about the here and now. It's about what have you done for me lately, right? And Met fans had that thought in their head that, oh my God, they lost the 2 games to the Braves. How dare they lose this division? This is not 07 and 08 where a lot of people want to bring up. 07 and 08, there was no backup plan, right? How do you think the Giants felt winning the division and not even getting out of the first round? The Dodgers won 107 games, had to play in a wild card game to get to they had to play a 1-game playoff just to make the next round. So how do you think they felt? Yeah, they made it further than the Giants. So there's so many different things that can go into it. And I want to talk about one thing. Randy just brought it up. And about the Braves bullpen. They've used the same guys, besides Minter, the last 2 games. So I don't know if Iglesias can go 3 in a row. Again, he didn't throw a lot of pitches. But will they throw him 3 days in a row? Will they throw Jansen 3 days in a row? I don't know. Now, they got other guys that can obviously step up. But are those guys going to be available in today's game if the situation calls for it? Yeah, JL, but again, the Dodgers offense is ridiculous. But at the end of the day, they are the same. They haven't changed their team. They've had Trey Turners. They had Mookie Betts. They had Justin Turner. They had all these guys that have been on the team the last couple of years. Yet, who made the World Series, right? Your Braves won. Beat them quite handily, by the way. So it's just the fact of the matter is, stop worrying about the situation that, listen, if the Mets win today, you're back in the driver's seat. Like, I don't understand why we act like the Mets lost 10-1 in each of the first 2 games. One base hit here or there, the Mets are right back in both of those ball games. Right? We left 9 men on base in the first 2 innings of both games, 5 in scoring position. You can't let those guys off the hook, because that is the problem with those two games, right? Rosario making those errors, RCA making that missing that ground ball to second yesterday. You score those runs, you get the job done. It's a whole different ball game. But guess what? The Braves took advantage of the Mets' mistakes, and they made the Mets pay for it. And that's why the Mets are in the situation they're in today. You want to blame Buck? Blame Buck. You want to blame Jacob deGrom and Scherzer? Blame them. You want to blame the offense? Blame the offense. But guess what? At the end of the day, we talked about this. Atlanta has to sweep. The Mets have to take one. That was the whole idea around it. Obviously, we all Met fans would have loved the sweep. We would have won the division. But guess what? It is what it is. We're in the predicament now because nobody did their job all across the board, from management, from the rotation, from the bullpen, from the lineup. Somebody's got to step it up. And if they don't do it, tip your cap to the Braves because they deserve it. They deserve that division. I don't care if they only been in the first place for 3 days out of the season. Who cares? They did what they had to do just enough to get in this moment to have the opportunity to take over the division. Right now, they took advantage of the first 2 games. Right? We see this all the time with the Mets. Right? When you think they're down and out, they find a way to figure it out. Even if the game is ugly, they find a way to pull it out. I don't know if they will, but the most consistent pitcher all season has been Chris Bassett, right? When Scherzer and deGrom was down, who was the one standing in the rotation? Chris Bassett. Chris Bassett had one bad stretch, which was about 2 weeks, about 4 starts, give or take, where he had a little bit of a downward spiral in the month of June. Other than that, April, May, July, August, and September, he's been more consistent and one of our best pitchers in the rotation. Like we talked about with Jacob deGrom. We didn't know what we were getting from him. He showed exactly what he showed his last prior 3 starts in that game in game 1. Game 2 with Scherzer, you tip your cap to the Braves. Scherzer said it. They hit his mistakes. But even in the first inning, they were hitting balls hard off of Scherzer. Scherzer wasn't as sharp as he was his prior couple of starts. And even before the IL. And that's how... And the Braves took advantage of it. They're a mistake-hitting team. They don't miss fastballs down the middle. They don't miss cement mixer sliders down the middle. They don't miss them. You know who's killed us in this series? Dansby Swanson, one of my favorite players. I followed that kid through high school and college and everything else. He's a special player. In a contract year, he's having an all-world year. And what are you supposed to do? They're damn good. Just because you're losing to a really good team who, oh, by the way, are reigning champions, doesn't mean you have to turn your back on the Mets team. Don't do that. And I expect the Braves fans did not do the same thing. You think the Braves fans, when they lost a tough game last year in the playoffs, turned their back on this team? Some of them probably did. But they were right back in front of the line when the Braves looked like they were going to do something again, right? It's unfortunate how fans think, and I know Mets fans have been beaten down over the years, but why will you? And these are the same Mets fans, oh, by the way, that are turning their backs now, tonight, where last year they were claiming this team last year were hyping up that they were a first-place team in the first part of the year. And that's a joke. Because when you score less than 3 runs a game and you were in first place, the Braves were almost garbage last year until they made those trades. And then Jacob deGrom got hurt, and then he could wipe your hands for first place. And it's unfortunate. And Randy, you know what? You're a good fan. You're a fan going through everything. Dante, I agree with that. They better resign Swanson, but there's going to be takers for sure. There's big guys on the market, and Everybody can use a guy like Swanson. Everybody can use a guy like Correa. Everybody can use a guy like Trey Turner, who is also a free agent. So with that said, guys, you know the drill. We're gonna go through the lineups and the pitcher matchup, and wait for the game to start. The game is on ESPN today. It's a standalone primetime game. So we'll see what the Mets have. Braves are looking to basically completely give all hope away from the Mets for the division. Again, mathematically, it's still possible. Mets sweep, Braves get swept. Again, not realistic on both ends. So we'll see what happens. So with that said, ESPN game tonight. If you didn't know, everybody should be able to turn on ESPN and watch it. Again, if you don't like the broadcast, hang out over here. You got the fan reactions. You got my reaction. We got all types of different analysis, game audio, and all that fun stuff. So again, if you're a Braves fan, be here, win or losing or winning. I like fans that stick around through thick or thin. If your team's losing, stick around, right? I could be an ass. The Mets could have, like I said, game 1, I could have turned the stream off and be like, the hell with this, and not take the backlash from Brave fans. But what is the point of being a sports fan if you cannot go back and forth with each other? Again, respectfully, I'm not talking about getting personal. So have fun, root for your team. If you hear from the beginning, your team is losing, take the beating for a little while. But again, like Brave fans, Andrew, Dante, JL, you guys know, Randy, there's Brave fans that will only show up when the Braves are winning, right? And we know who those names are, right? Ken is the one to call them out just as much as I do. Just as much as I call out Met fans who only show up when the Mets are winning. And I call them out, and I have no problem making a joke of them. Thank you, Randy. I appreciate that. So here we go, guys. Game day is up. We're going to go through the lineups really quick. So obviously Charlie Morton for the Braves and Chris Bassett for the Mets on the mound for both teams respectfully. So for the Mets, I like this lineup today a lot better than the first 2 games. Brendan Nimmo leading off, playing center field. Francisco Lindor playing shortstop, batting second. Jeff McNeil, right field, batting third. Pete Alonso back where he should be in the cleanup spot, playing first base. Eduardo Escobar where he should be in the 5th spot, playing third base, batting 5th. Vogelbach DH and batting 6th. Mark Cannis batting 7th, playing left field. Luis Guillorme playing second base, batting 8th. And James McCann catching, batting 9th. Some fans are going to be like, why James McCann? Well, because Chris Bassett has a run better in his ERA when he pitches to James McCann than Tomas Nido. So you need Bassett to be on his game tonight. So you got to deal with McCann's lack of offense to get the production that we've got all year with Chris Bassett, with James McCann behind the mound. So that's the reason for James McCann being behind the plate tonight. So for the Atlanta Braves, Ronald Acuna leading off right field. Dansby Swanson, shortstop, batting second. Michael Harris is second. Center field, batting third. Austin Riley, third base, cleaning up. Matt Olson, first base, batting 5th. Travis d'Arnaud catching, batting 6th. Marcelo Ozuna, batting 7th, DHing. Eddie Rosario, left field, batting 8th. Arcia, excuse me, batting 9th and playing second base. So that is the Atlanta Braves lineup against Chris Bassett tonight. So the game starts at 7:08, a very odd time, but that's ESPN for you. Again, we'll both complain about ESPN broadcast. If you're a Braves fan or Mets fan, it really doesn't matter because they just suck regardless. And what I noticed with national games is the broadcast leans or gives favoritism for the team that is winning in that moment, right? When the Mets took a 2-1 lead yesterday, oh my God, you thought the Fox broadcast was SNY. And then all of a sudden, Swanson hits the home run, and all of a sudden, they're Brave announcers. Like, it's hilarious to me. And I hate that with a passion. It's not hard to be a national broadcast. Call the game, keep the energy up for both sides, and call a legitimate game. Besides John Smoltz being right down the middle the entire game, holy Christ, you would think the the game call guy, the announcer was like, who was calling the game, the play-by-play was like, either he was a Met fan or a Brave fan. That's the way it sounded. The Mets are up. Oh, all the credit in the world to the Mets. The Braves are up. All the credit in the world to the Braves. Like, don't do that. Stay status quo. Stay in the middle. And that's the funniest thing. Yeah, David Cohn is pretty good. Again, the baseball night and crew, after they got rid of A-Rod, it's gotten a little better, but it's still very. They favorite the team that's winning at that moment. It's stupid, and that's not how you should do a national game. You know, I think baseball announcers that do national. Oh no, it wasn't Joe Buck Daniel. It was some other guy, some young guy. I forgot his name, but you know, national baseball announcers should look at NFL national announcers, because you know the Iron Eagles of the world, the you know who they are, the Costas of the world, all those guys. They keep the same energy for both teams, and they keep it straight and narrow. And it's unfortunate that the baseball announcers, and that's why national games like Apple TV is a joke, because they're more concerned about their popularity and making sure they get their agendas in more than actually broadcasting the game. And that's what Apple does. If you notice that, it's extremely political and make sure they get their agenda out there before, during, and after the game. And it's a joke. All right, guys. So we got about 10 minutes until game time. You guys know what to do. Hit on that like button. Don't forget, guys. I know some people forget, or some people are just relaxing, chilling, and they're just sitting back, watching the stream, listening to the stream, and forget to hit on that like button. Again, the like button is probably more important than the subscriptions, the being a subscriber sometimes, because liking the stream puts the stream at the top of the list for people who are looking for this type of content. And that's the most important thing for any channel. Yeah, the subs are great, but hitting on that like button is extremely important. It actually gets it out to a bigger crowd. So when you like something, channels that you like and people that watch the same thing you like will get that recommendation. And there's every stream that I have, I get between 500 and 1,000 new people that actually see the channel. Again, they might not click on it, but they actually see it, and to get the eyes on it is the most important thing. So if you're going to Citi Field Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, I'll be at two out of the 3 games, Monday and Wednesday. So I'll be there. If you are there, I'll be in section either 519 or 515. But again, send me a message, send me a comment on one of the videos. Send me an email. My email is, I'll put it in the chat right now. It's very simple. MetsFan813@gmail.com. That's the channel email. Again, many subscribers send emails to me to have a chat with me and talk with me, and I respond. Ken. I respond to Ken. I respond to the guy Gary, who's been I seen him in Philadelphia, who's from Pennsylvania. A lot of people email me throughout who is subscribers of the channel. So don't be afraid to do so. The game starts at 7:08, Eric. It's an ESPN game. So ESPN takes full control over the time as well, unfortunately. Yeah, I like the Blue Jays in that situation. I think it was Quinn, right? Sorry about that, Quinn. I didn't see you for a second. I don't know. I think the Jays are nasty. If they pitch well, I think they're going to be very hard to beat. But then again, I can say the same thing for Seattle. I do think somebody's going to knock off the Yankees. And, please do. Please. Please do. It'll make my day. It'll make my month of October, minus the Mets doing what they should do. That would be a cool ALCS for sure. Blue Jays, Astros. I mean, honestly, I think that's a lot more even match than people think. Because let's be honest, there's a lot of people, including myself, that thought the Blue Jays were going to run away with the AL East this year. They didn't pitch as well as they should have. Bravos, you know what I'm saying? So, Mets Mariners World Series. Wouldn't that be something, right? 21 years of the Mariners not making the playoffs, and the Mets having one of their best seasons in team history make the World Series, and they face the Mariners. I ain't going to lie. I'd be worried in that series. I mean, you'll be worried about anybody you play in a World Series just because of the fact that Yeah. But again, playing the Mariners, with Luis Castillo, they're a totally different team. So once again, guys, we got about 7 minutes until game time. I'm watching the Packers and the Patriots right now that are tied at 24 in the fourth quarter. So I'm just going to turn it over to ESPN to see what the hell they were doing, because they might start the game early. You just never know sometimes with these guys. But, yeah. All right. So once again, guys, thank you for tuning in to Talking Mets with Rob. Game 3 of Mets and Braves, game 159 of the season. 4 games left, including tonight for both teams. This game will I would say about 99% sure determine the division, or at least determine the outcome or the possibility of relevant games for the next 3. Again, if the Braves win tonight, obviously all they have to do is win 1 game against the Marlins and they clinch the division. Again, mathematically, the Mets wouldn't be technically out of the division until that happens. But let's not wait for that to happen, all right? Find a way to win tonight. I don't care how you do it. Like, if it has to be a bad game or a gritty game or whatever you want to call it, type of game, a nasty win or however you want to call it, they have to do that. So I do think that, everybody talked about DeGrom and Scherzer, and you heard Nimmo last night. Oh, we gave them our 2 best shots, and they threw it in our face. That was his quote last night. Like, Chris Bassett was like, "Hello, like, I haven't been a good pitcher this year." So I think Chris Bassett has a little bit of a chip under his belt, especially hearing that from Nimmo. Be like, "Oh yeah, oh so I don't count." I guarantee you. And Bassett has that mentality where he can be that if you're following the Mets, we call him a bulldog, right? That's what he is, right? He doesn't have electric stuff. He doesn't throw 97, but he'll throw a 92 miles an hour fastball when he needs it 93, but he got like 7 pitches and all his nasty breaking stuff and his, he'll throw a 75 miles an hour curveball or 72 miles an hour curveball and the batter's not expecting it. So again, Bassett is a sneaky strikeout guy, and people don't even know that sometimes. Like, you look at the stats and you're like, damn, he had 10 strikeouts. He pitched 7 innings. Bassett, I think for 3 starts this year, has gone more than 6 2/3 innings in almost every start except for, I think, 3. That's amazing. And people just like put Bassett to the side. Like, he hasn't been one of our better pitchers all year and most consistent. When Scherzer was down and DeGrom was down, Bassett was still around hanging on. He was basically our ace for 2 months. So, don't count out Bassett. He, as much as everybody wants to give credit for Frankie Montas as the ace of the staff of the A's, Bassett was the best pitcher last year on the A's. He was in Oakland, so nobody cared about him, but he's a pretty damn good pitcher. And I think people are basically in the white towel after the first 2 games when you got one of your best consistent pitchers on the mound. Well, Sandy Alcantara, they shut him down. Again, they did that last year as well. Again, that sucks, but the Marlins still play hard, and the Marlins are still a tricky team, and the Marlins always find a way to be a pesky pain in the ass to all these NL East teams. So I'm not surprised, but JL, they do that every year with Alcantara. They did it last year, and they even did that in 2019. So thank you, Smokey. Good luck, buddy. So it is what it is at that point. You know what I'm saying? It's what can you do, right? But the Marlins are still a pesky team, and they play teams hard. And I doubt wouldn't go down without a fight against the Braves. Again, if I can predict it, if the Mets win today, I think both teams would take 2 out of 3 against their respective teams they face. So, again, am I confident tonight? Slightly, because I have to trust Bassett since he's done it all year, right? Scherzer has had bad games. DeGrom has had bad games. You know, they were coming into a game where Scherzer's third start off the IL, second start off the IL. So I wasn't expecting him to be ace or perfect. I wasn't expecting DeGrom to be. I wasn't expecting anything from DeGrom because of his last 4 starts.
Are you shaking now?
Bassett, well, he's been good. So game should be starting just now. We shall see. Just now. Let me just check the comments really quick. Just waiting for the commercial to come back from ESPN. The game should stop by then. Yeah, if the Mets win tonight, the Mets get the tiebreaker 10-9. Well, Christopher, I think he should be. Again, he's the guy that can completely shut you down and put up zeros, but even if he gives up 2 or 3 runs, he'll keep the Mets in the ball game. I think he'll do that. He'll give the Mets every opportunity to do so. Yeah, Dante, I agree with that. I think the bullpen for the Braves, since you use most of your guys the first 2 nights, the only guy that hasn't pitched twice in a row has been Minter. So, are they going to throw Iglesias for a third day or Jansen for a third day? Well, if it calls for it, I think Snicker will. This can win you the division here. You can rest the guys the next 3 games, basically, because you only need 1 game against the Marlins. So, yeah, Smokey, I agree. I said this yesterday. Charlie Morton, people were like, oh, Charlie Morton is probably the least likely to win a ball game in this series. I don't know. You always have confidence in a veteran who's been there before. Oh, McHugh, that's right. Okay, I was trying, I couldn't remember his name, and he was a former Met. I should have remembered that. Good call, Bravos. All right, so the Braves are coming onto the field. The Mets are going to, once again, ESPN is not going to start on time, which is not shocking. So, once again, make sure you can hear the broadcast and let me know in the comments.
Alonso will get clean up in the first base. Eduardo Escobar has been as hot as anybody. Daniel Vogelbach, McCann,
and everybody can hear the call, right?
Will be behind the plate. Charlie Morton just signed another contract extension. He'll be back next year, $20 million. Brian Snitker says, you look around at the staff, and they hope to get Spencer Strider back for the postseason.
All right, so getting yeses about the sound of the game. That's good. All right, so game about to start. A little later than 7:08, but that's good. All right, guys, let's go. Here we go.
Charlie Morton's one of those guys that just, it's probably always had a good curveball, and it's been signed at right.
All right, Nimmo coming to the plate.
They'll be throwing Travis Darnell around the infield. Austin Riley, Dansby Swanson, who's played every game this year.
Once again, guys, before the first pitch, don't forget to hit on that like button if you're just tuning in. Falcons won today, Dante? They played a lot better than people were giving them credit for. People thought they'd be the worst team in the league. All right, Nimmo's coming to the plate. First pitch ready to go. Here we go.
18 times and each one having won 9. Brandon Nimmo, the center fielder, hit 268 with 14 homers, 58 runs batted.
Wow, this angle for the ESPN broadcast sucks. It's way to the right. Don't like it. It's a terrible angle. Jeez. I don't know why they have to be different. The Braves broadcast, the Mets broadcast are right over the pitcher. A little bit to a little angle, but not much. This is like way far right and low.
They've had 3 great nights of weather, and there's the first strike of the night, 96 mile an hour.
Yeah, London's been pretty good. That was a good pickup, a good draft by them.
It's 66 degrees, and there is hardly any wind.
Nice curveball.
Uncle Charlie from Charlie Morton.
All right, try to go back to that, and Nimmo held off 2-2.
It runs, it triples and in walks.
Yeah, that's true. Even Wilson for the Jets have been good as well. Garrett Wilson.
Really good center fielder, too, defensively. Two of the best in this game. Harris and Nimmo that covers the ground.
Nimmo ground ball should be an easy out, and it is. 1 out. Jam Nimmo got that grounder.
Charlie Morton right there, starting off with a sinker, ending with a sinker, but it's a story in between that the Mets hitters are going to have to adjust to. He pitches differently. He understands how well to use the curveball. And if you're prepping against them, it's a real difficult prep.
All right, Lindor's coming up batting second tonight.
If the curveball's on early, you're in trouble.
As I said in the pre-game, I do like the lineup for the Mets tonight. It's a little bit status quo.
His career high in that's 132. This is his second best OPS plus season. Certainly make a good, strong case. In spite of Alonso's RBIs, Lindor's been the MVP of the team.
He has 25 home runs, a little under the 800 OPS. A lot different story than last year.
They play him straight up, Morton, and that is fouled into the seats.
Well, when Nimmo struggles, he has a major issue working the count. Like he did well yesterday working the count, but when he's struggling, he's not the same guy at leadoff than he is when he's on.
1 ball, 1 strike. 2 balls and a strike.
Looks like Morton's throwing a little harder in this game. I don't know. He's like a 94, 95, right? He's been throwing 96, 97 with his fastball. A little pumped up for Morton.
288 ERA, as you can see there.
Well, so far in that first at bat, his curveball looked nasty.
And the 2-1. Off speed pitch evens it up as he fouls it off. 2 balls, 2 strikes. With the count 2-2, Austin Wiley, the third baseman, will now shift from third base. You can see him in the upper right-hand part of your screen to get into shallow right field.
I won't miss that next year.
Neither will he, I don't think.
Oh.
Just misses inside.
So I guess Dono was setting up outside, and the ball was inside. The ball was really close to being strike 3, just off the plate. But it crossed the plate. Didn't cross the plate, but full count.
3-2.
Lindor hits a shot. Should be a pop-up. Just got under it. 2 outs. Just got under that.
High fly ball, but it's an out. Travel 352 feet.
Well, he was on that pitch. Just got under it.
From Charlie Morton, that lower 3/4, almost
just off the end of the bat, too.
7 or 8 o'clock on your clock as far as the release point, and Lindor. Boy, just a little bit under that one.
A little bit under it and a little off the end of the bat.
This location is supposed to go away right into Lindor's wheelhouse.
And why does Fox and ESPN have such high angles? Every time a ball gets hit in the air, it looks they have a camera angle like a home run shot. All right, 2 outs. McNeil batting third tonight.
Which is second best in baseball. Only Freddie Freeman with a higher batting average, choking way up on it.
And McNeil base hit as always. Couple points away from the batting title. All right, so first hit for the Mets with 2 outs. Jeff McNeil. What else is new? Well, how many home runs would the Mets and Braves hit in the last 2 nights if it was at Yankee Stadium? This is why I like Jeff McNeil batting third. Even with 2 outs, you can get on for Pete Alonso, who can always hit a home run. Yeah, I think it's only like 4 points now since McNeil got a hit, because I think Freeman went 1 for 4 yesterday, I believe. I could be wrong on that, though. All right, Pete. If Alonso stays away from his slider or that curveball on the outside corner, I think Pete has a good matchup here. He did go 0 for 4. Okay. I saw his first 3 at-bats. I didn't see the last one.
Absolutely. I think what's been forced upon the Mets is to figure out how to be able to replace Starling Marte, who's missing in the lineup.
Broken right finger. The next one, Pete, trying to check
And I think he went on that one. Oh, he didn't. Well, I think he did, but the ump said no.
Now it's a 2-0 count. Back-to-back
Let's
breaking
see.
pitches.
Side angle. Oh, yes, he did. Woo. Yeah, he did. We got a call on that one. But if Pete can not swing at those pitches, they have to come in on him.
California had a check swing last night that resulted in a ball that was hit into right field. I don't think he swung as far as Alonso just did. 2-0.
And there's a strike on the inside corner.
Definitely more of an old school feel to this Mets lineup. The run producer in the cleanup hole. Traditionally, you think
Yeah, he definitely went on that one.
More higher in the order, according to modern analytics.
All right, 2-1 count, 2 outs, 1 on. Top of the first. 15 pitches for Morton.
Battle on the lineup construction.
Garcia shaded towards second, not in a shift, but there is a whole bunch of room between Matt Olson and Garcia at second base.
It also helps that Eduardo Escobar has been swinging the bat well, and he's the one protecting him on the back end.
Oh, BA, did you say that yesterday when the umpire didn't call Acuna on strike 3 on that check swing yesterday? I guess they helped the Braves yesterday. So, listen, you get bad calls on both sides every single day. That's the problem that we have with umpires because they're not consistent. All right, 3-1 count. Coming to Pete. 2 outs, runner on first. And he walks Alonso. First and second, 2 outs. Eduardo Escobar has been the hottest hitter for the Mets in the last month and a quarter. So we shall see. Once again, the Mets in the first 2 innings of the first 2 games have got runners on. And the Mets have not capitalized enough. They need to. It's been their big problem in this series. Way too many runners left on base.
Same thing, just because first base is covered doesn't mean there's not a base open. Charlie Morton not going to give in early in the game.
This is why you put Escobar 5th. Oh, that's a ball? Oh, Lord. I'm sorry, this umpire is lost. That's a strike. Jesus. Wow.
September, and now as you move towards October,
well, Alan, that's been this month, the month of September. Not the entire season.
So the way baseball pitchers are throwing, far less reliance on fastballs.
Yeah, there's a reason for that. Charlie Morton's given up 14 home runs on his 4-seam fastball there. So, to Buster's point, you're not going to give in there when he falls behind and give in.
The NBA, why are the Braves 8 games under 500 against teams over 500? And the Mets are 9 games over 500 against 500 teams. And curveballs are working for Morton today. 3 curveballs to Escobar. All right, first and second, 2 outs, 1-2 count to Escobar. Well, Eric, the problem is they don't tack on. That's the issue. Strike 3, nice pitch. Got him with all curveballs. Mets leave 2 men on in the top of the first, bottom of the first. Braves are coming up. Bassett on the mound. Again, he didn't throw 1 fastball to Escobar in that spot, and I think that was a smart move by Charlie Morton because Escobar breaking balls is somewhat iffy. Every ball was a curveball to Escobar in that at bat, and got that curveball in the outside corner. It's nearly an almost unhittable pitch. All right, B-Space, you got to stop. Sorry. He threw, I think it was 20 pitches. 21 pitches in the first inning. Well, Alan, for 5 months out of the year, the Mets were the team that ended well, right? The comeback wins, the coming back late, the putting. Look, the Mets, the majority of the season tacked on runs. The reason why they didn't win these ball games against the Braves because they didn't tack on runs when they had runners on. I said it. 9 runners left on base in the first 2 innings, and they got 1 run in every time they got those situations. And you got to tack on, especially against a team like the Braves that can destroy you with 1 swing of the bat. And that's what they did in these first 2 games. Yeah, it looks like the umpire is going to be a problem for both sides tonight. I mean, he called a ball on the first pitch to Escobar. That was a strike. And the check swing from, well, that was the first baseman, but again. Yeah, Ethan, that's been the problem with the Mets and definitely in this series. But, you know, Bassett just has to match. If you match Charlie Morton in this spot, you know, you get your offense back out there and see if they can do something. That's all. All right. R62A. I don't understand that, but see ya. Again, you're not bringing nonsense if you're a Mets fan or a Braves fan to the chat for no reason.
Chris Bassett's a kitchen sink style repertoire. Cutters, sinkers, curveballs.
All right, so here we go. Bassett on the mound.
Does a good job of getting the ball on the ground.
Bottom of the first for the Braves. No score.
Ball rate this year. A little under 50%.
So Acuna set for Bassett's first. Swings at the
First pitch. That might be a little bit of an issue. But Guillermo's right there. 1 out. 1 pitch, 1 out. Good start by Bassett. Again, this is what the Braves have been doing. So the Braves have been swinging early in counts against first pitch swinging against DeGrom and Scherzer. And, you know, Bassett's been paying attention to that. And he has so many pitches that he can throw on in the early on in the count where it could be a problem for the Braves.
That matters in a big game.
Yeah, I think the umpire grades of the strike zone is a joke though, because there's no consequences. Oh, you're not going to pitch, you're not going to ump in the playoffs. So you get there's no consequences for being bad. You just don't become part of the postseason umps. That's it, which is stupid. They should get demoted. That's how they should do it. Oh, you suck. You go into the minors. Get relegated like soccer.
Where he signs, he's going to sign for a lot of money and a lot of years.
Nice pitch by Bassett. 1-2. Well, Alan, I understand that, but this team all year has been consistent, and when you always think they're down and out, they figure it out. Again, it might not happen tonight, but still, what are you going to do?
Guys, what might make him even more valuable in the free agent market is the forthcoming regulations against the defensive shifts. Because Dansby Swanson is regarded as an excellent defensive shortstop on his own merits, not necessarily someone who's
they look good today. But the Steelers do look bad. Jeez.
That's 20 outs above average, which is second overall in baseball defensively. One of the metrics used to grade out a defensive player. 1 and 2.
And Ron Washington doing his magic again, right? Coming over to Atlanta, one of the main reasons he said, just let me work with him. And
True,
with him, right?
Paris, but even when Marte was in the lineup, the Mets were still struggling in the month of September. So it's not just about Marte. Everybody, Met fans got to get that out of their head. It's not just about him. You know, Marte doesn't come up in every crucial situation.
But it's a 4-seam fastball way out of the zone. And if you look at the sequence, so far he's got cutter or curveball. That 2-seam fastball, that was after Acuna swung at the first pitch for an out.
3-2, and he swings it.
And that's a shot. Dansby Swanson once again. He got it again. Dansby Swanson once again. That freaking guy. 1-0 Braves. Again, the Mets can't. They found a new Mets killer in Dansby Swanson, man. And that was a good pitch, too. Tippy capped the Dansby there. Oh, really? We were just talking about Dansby Swanson before the game, right? 1-0 Mets.
But it's the ability to think ahead. He knows.
Let's see where that pitch was. Let's see.
Here we go. First pitch, two-seamer. Next pitch, curveball. Then he goes with the cutter. He sees it well. See it look back where it lands. Curveball again. Shows him the fastball just for show. Six cutter after the 94-mile-per-hour fastball.
That was his slider, so he hit it.
Dansby Swanson, the latest iteration of Met Killer. This is Chipper Jones all over again, at least this week.
Just the 5th home run that Bassett's given up on that cutter this year.
But it stayed middle. He wanted it to be middle away.
Again, he didn't even throw him a fastball there. Well, the umpire is consistent.
That certainly appeared to be in
the umpire is consistent. Hasn't given him that high strike yet.
Did not. It's 2 balls, no strikes.
Well, Allen and, of course, Jason as well.
Been an absolute revelation since he's joined.
I don't know, but you don't seem like the Mets are making the playoffs, so there's no point in you coming back when they're winning. You can't be that type of fan. Sorry.
The 20 steal mark. If he hits another homer, he'd be a 20-20 guy.
Todd, maybe.
There have not been many under 21 to do that.
Snicker was funny describing it, Carl, when you asked him, just tell me about
Well,
this young
Dansby
kid.
Swanson,
Said he was surprised across the board. He didn't know
what
he
was
had
it,
that kind of
5
arm. Didn't know he had
RBIs in
that
this
kind of
game,
speed.
in this series?
Didn't know he could run it down in center field.
So a 2-2 on the way to Harris.
Once again,
Swanson joins
keep
Murray
the Braves in
club.
the ballpark.
Swanson and Matt Olson, of course, over on Friday and Saturday. And now Dansby has done it 3 straight games against the Mets.
Oh, I know,
Series.
Ken, it was.
Dale Murphy in 78 and then again in 87. Andrew Jones in 98 and 06. Chipper Jones and Austin Riley last year. The only guys to.
Well, this is the first time the Braves took the lead first in the series, so
Game against the Mets.
which is kind of ironic, right?
2-2.
And that ball is a shot, but Nimmo got it. It's right to Nimmo. 2 outs.
104 off the bat.
Sometimes, Eduardo, on a 3-2 pitch, you don't want to throw for a ball. You feel like you got to throw for a strike, and you end up hanging it in the middle of the plate.
Again, them balls been in the same zone where Swanson's been hitting them balls.
29
for
out of
home
30
runs.
parts the other way. That's the impressive part. That you stay on a secondary pitch, a cutter in the upper 80s, and drive it out the other way. Tells you.
Yes, sir, Hayden.
that you're
Yes,
really
sir.
locked in.
All right, Riley's up with 2 outs, 1-0 Braves in the bottom of the first.
And he looks at ball 1 inside. That ball climbed over the brick wall in right field. The only park it wouldn't have been a homer in has a taller brick wall.
San Francisco?
In right field. That is Oracle Park
Yeah.
in San Francisco.
Well, who cares about that? God, ESPN makes stupid comments like,
Riley, that's it hard.
oh, nice scoop by Lindor. And that ends the inning, but not before. Met killer Dansby Swanson hits a solo home run, a shot to right center field to give the Braves a 1-0 lead in the ending of the first, going to the top of the second. So, gotta come back, right? Honestly, the Mets took leads in both of the series. Like, they had 3 series leads. Game 1, they were up 1-0. Game 2, they were up 1-0. Then they were up 2-1. 3 series leads in a game. Maybe this time, coming from behind early might be the key to success. So, you never know. Brandall, I don't know. If you watch Bassett, his first innings are usually 50-50. And after the first inning, he usually figures it out. He's got so many pitches that it takes him an inning or 2 to get acclimated with his pitches. Bassett does this all the time. I mean, not giving up runs like, he could with a home run, but again, he does that. So wait and see. Well, JL, we'll see, right? Like I said, the Mets took 3 leads in the game early on in both games, and the Mets gave it back up. So maybe it's reversal today. Who knows? Well, WW, I think you watch the games. You're asking a troll question. Well, the way it lined up, Chris Bassett was supposed to pitch game 1. So just waiting for the commercial to come back. Vogelbach will be leading off. Be 6-7-8 for the Mets. Excuse me. And Carlos, what's up, buddy? Oh, I agree, JL. But you know what? It looks like Morton found this curveball already, to be honest.
Now over in 3 straight games. They hit 5 combined against DeGrom and Scherzer, now 1.
All right, let's go, guys. Come on. Let's get a little bit of life out of the bottom of this order.
Morton takes to the mound with a 1-0 lead. You know, with all the shortstops in the free agent class.
Guys, once again, let me make sure you can hear the sound. I just want to make sure because ESPN got very low for a second.
Some places maybe above the Turners, Correas, Xander Bogaerts, right?
I don't see why not. The way he's playing down the stretch, the fact that he's such a good defender as well as coming into his own offensively.
Daniel Vogelbach will be the first guy that Morton faces to start the second inning. Mets had runners at first and second base when Eduardo Escobar got caught looking at a Morton pitch on the outside corner to end the inning.
The last inning, the backdoor curveball from Charlie Morton, just a dandy. I mean, you look at on the clock coming out about 8 o'clock on the release point, 8 inches more break than average, 15 total.
Wow. Now the umpire's not going low strikes. Okay.
Down 2-0 to Vogie. The Mets 6 for 24 with men on in this series, and they have no extra base hits.
2-0 count to
The Braves
Vogelbach.
have pounded the baseball over the wall. It's
Oh,
accentuated.
this might be a tie game.
Vogelbach sends
Yeah, tie game. Vogelbach with a home run. There we go.
This is the deficiency. Daniel Vogelbach. He hits his 18th.
Maybe the Mets needed to come from behind.
And he takes
Tie game, baby. There we go. Big boy. He finally swung on 2-0. See what happens when he swings? Vogelbach, my favorite player. Let's talk about on-base percentage and slugging percentage now, guys. That was a shot. All right, Vogie. That's right. You heard him say, let's fucking go. That's what I'm talking about. Come on. Come on. Come on, Mark. Let's go.
Now even at 1, McCann next up. Charlie Morton's first pitch right now.
It's amazing when Vogelbach swings at a fastball, right? How many times have we seen him look at that pitch down the middle?
Right-handed hitting DH has been a problem for the Mets.
Whoa, you heard the Let's Go Mets chant. Oh, that was pretty loud, actually. And Canna with a base hit. All right, here we go.
Back-to-back solid hits for the Mets.
Maybe that first inning home run by Swanson woke up the Mets. It's about freaking time.
It's a huge pickup for your starting pitcher from Vogelbach right there. Chris Bassett feels a little bit better.
Listen, like I said, guys, you got to pick up your teams. You got to pick up your pitches sometimes, and the pitching's got to pick up the offense. What the Mets got to do here, clearly Morton is leaving his pitches over the front part of the plate. You got to get to him now. You got to get to him now. Don't let him get out of this. Sorry about game day. It kind of jumped up after the scoring happened. Sorry about that. All right, Luis Guillaume is up. Batting 8th. All right, not calling these strikes. And look, Chris Bassett and Morton are going to have a tough day if they're not going to get that high strike and low strike because that's where they throw most of their pitches.
Vogelbach's homer has tied this game at 1.
Ball 2. Morton a little bit shaky in this inning. Had his control in the first, but in the second, a little bit of an issue.
In their series, the tiebreaker will be decided by the winner tonight. If they end the season tied, that team will avoid a wild card series.
Luis, let's go. 28 pitches for Morton in the second. And Guillaume,
Rosario
right at Rosario. They play McNeil and Guillorme the same way. They shift so much to the left field line, which makes sense. 1 out. And ESPN could do a better job on the freaking camera. Jesus.
26 of 30 ballparks gets that ball in front. He knew that in this ballpark, that 35-degree launch angle, exit velocity way over.
And here they go with the stupid home run in 26 out of 30 ballparks. Who cares? He got it out of this one, just like Swanson. All right, 1 out. James McCann coming up. Can McCann actually do something, please? Hey, I will buy a Vogelbach jersey if he hits 3 home runs tonight. But the Mets got to win with those 3 home runs. All right, James, you got anything in you? Jesus. And they call that a strike. These umpires, man. I'm sorry. Morin and Bassett are going to be pissed off tonight. I'm telling you with these calls.
Morin ahead of McCann, the 9-hole hitter, 0-1. Multiple injuries this year.
All right, James. Come on. Base it.
McCann just 2 homers.
There you go, James. Look like James McCann right there. Why am I not shocked? Don't worry. James McCann's either going to strike out or hit into a double play. That's what he usually does. There you go. There you go, James. Might as well have the pitcher bat when he hits. Again, these balls are not even close on the plate. James McCann sucks, man. Again, he's only in the lineup because Chris Bassett pitches a ERA run better when McCann's behind the plate. That's it. All right, Nimmo up. 2 outs, man on first.
Second. Chance, he grounded out to the second baseman his first time up. Cannon at first with just 3 stolen bases.
Nimmo's got to get it going, man. Huge spark plug in this lineup.
Quad injury last week. And this one is over the Mets.
You know, people were talking about like the Mets aren't scoring, the Mets offense has been terrible. Yet they hit the most home runs out of any other month than they did in September. Yet they look the worst in September than any other month. So what does that tell you? They're not a home run hitting team. When they hit home runs, they haven't done good. And Nimmo passed Olsen. Oh, Acuna bobbled it, but Canna already stopped that second. First and second, 2 outs. Again, they're getting hard hit balls off of Morton now.
I understand that there are 2 outs. I get it, but when the ball's hit,
2B or not. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you so much. And liking. Thank you. Appreciate that. Curveball, hanging curveball. Not a good pitch. Nimmo turned on it, and there you go. Lindor batting second. It's another spot where Lindor has a runner in firm position. All right, there's the announcer's saying they should have tested Acuna's arm when he bobbled it. Why? That doesn't make sense. Running out of an inning with 2 outs with Lindor coming up makes no sense. Well, another opportunity for the Mets in the second inning. Got runners on. Same situation as first inning. Can they capitalize?
Lindor 287 runners in scoring position.
And Lindor late on the fastball, 0-2. Lion, that's not true though. The Braves have to sweep.
Morton has thrown 8 straight strikes. The Mets into the first with runners in first and second. Lindor called time. It wasn't going to be granted by the umpire, but
Wow, that was a late timeout call. The umpire shouldn't have gave that to Lindor.
Was that granted?
yes, they had one up late. Look at the apology from Lindor.
It's too late.
All right, 0-2 pitch to Lindor. Steven, how you doing? All right. Fouled it off. Stayed alive.
How'd you deal with that one?
Well, Paris,
Batter called timeout real
they don't have to if they win today. It's a matter of what the Braves do, but the Mets control their destiny if they win today, right?
Another 0-2.
Well, Lion, that doesn't mean the Braves are just going to sweep the Marlins either. So if the Mets have the tiebreaker, the Braves have to match the Mets. The Mets don't have to match the Braves.
Knows what to expect. You know where to know the route to the ballpark. The entire thing you've created a routine.
All right, so Lindor staying in this at bat, has been struggling as of late. And he strikes out. Mets tie the game with a Vogelbach solo home run. Going to the bottom of the second. Now it's 1-1. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, don't forget to hit on that like button. If you're a new subscriber, let me know where you're from. I always like to shout people out and find out where people are from that are subscribing to the channel. Yeah, Aaron, that's not going to happen here. And if that happens here, if somebody says that, they get blocked. So, again, there's no reason to hit Swanson because he hit your pitcher. It's called baseball. That's what he's supposed to do. I just don't understand that. Well, Aaron, I'm not going to say there's not none of that, but moderators and myself do the best we can to leave that crap out of the chat because there's no need for that. Carrasco is on the mound tomorrow. I agree, Ethan. Again, they left 4 men on base already in 2 innings. Again, they left 9 in the first 2 innings of the first 2 games of the series. That's a problem, especially against a Braves team that can beat you around with home runs. Lion, I don't believe that one bit. All right, so Lion, you're talking about if Strider wasn't hurt. Well, if Marte wasn't hurt, maybe the Mets go out to a 3-0 lead in the first 2 innings of the game, and the Braves don't come back at all. There's a lot of what ifs, right? Yeah, because Strider's is a guy who can be very wild as well. Aaron, I don't know if you're a new subscriber or not, but I usually don't do new subscribers as moderators. I do it with people who've been with my channel for a while because I trust them, to be honest with you. It's nothing against you. That's how I roll in the stream. All right, so go to the bottom of the second. 1-1 is the score.
1 Eastern Time, 10 a.m.
No, Strider's a rookie. Marte has a career. Strider is a rookie. Can't compare Marte to Strider. And if you try to, it's no contest because Marte had a better career because Strider only has 1 year. And let's be honest, Strider had 1 bad outing against the Mets and 1 good outing. So saying that he would just beat the Mets is idiotic. And that's a stupid comment. I mean, at least Charlie Morton and Fried and Wright pitch and shut their mouth. Strider has a big mouth and cries when he loses.
Guaranteed he's got the green light here.
All right, 3 old, the Olsen.
Gets the call. Statcast is powered by Google Cloud. And Bassett just gave up 1. There were some hard hit balls there.
They were. This is what the Atlanta Braves do well. The highest exit velo, average-wise, in the National League. Only Toronto. Or as they say in Toronto.
All right, leadoff walk for Olsen.
Average exit velocity, 97%. Boy, he has some shoes to fill.
Aaron, did you? Well, That's cool. Honestly, if I missed your comments early in streams before, I apologize. But that's cool if I did meet you. Again, I meet a lot of people, so I don't want to say I have or have not. Again, I'm crap with names, so I apologize if I forgot. To be honest with you. I mean, Bassett, it's not a bad situation to walk Olsen in this spot. Darno is a double play threat, but you don't want to put runners on with nobody out. Oh, Matty, you did say that. Okay. All right. I thought I had a good comment there, but I guess not. You got it first. All right, Chris, let's go. Bear down.
They're fairly deep, 18 homers on the year. Fouls that off.
Slider got quickly 0-2 on Darno.
You can't help but look at Travis Darno and think that the Mets just let him go. Really for nothing. Just kind of cut him loose.
Yeah, it's amazing how he throws like that, but it's worked in his career, so.
Trying to be the payback guy.
Agree, Aaron, I agree.
Didn't he, in Tampa Bay? Yeah. They used him as a cleanup hitter.
And leadoff hitter.
Late there.
Very late on that play. Again, I don't know how you just say that. Like, Strider is the best pitcher in baseball when he is a guy that has been beaten by the Mets. And, oh, by the way, when the Mets beat Strider, we didn't even have a full lineup.
Unbelievable.
97 miles an hour sideways.
All right, Chris, let's go.
Set up inside. That one
Good pitch, but Darno lays off it.
Bassett's best pitch. He pitches off that two-seam fastball, that sinker.
Curveball, and got him at the force play. Olsen had to stop because of the fact that it was up in the air, so got the force play, 1 out. Okay, that's one time. What about the other time, right? I mean, I like how you forget that he was the biggest crybaby in baseball when he couldn't get anybody out in Citi Field.
Easy range of Francisco Lindor at shortstop made that look.
Well, wasn't the Mets Braves in Citi Field a big game, right? That 5 games in Citi Field was supposed to be big, right? He didn't show up in that game. All right, Ozuna is up, 1 out, man on first. Again, when he loses, he cries. When he wins, he puts up no excuses. So, all right, so you can't say he had 1 bad outing and 1 good outing. So you can't say you just dominate. So you just proved the point with your own comment. All right, 1-1 to Ozuna.
Pitcher, catcher, and hitter.
I think Met fans and Brave fans can agree with Ozuna. He shouldn't even be on the team, to be honest with you. DUIs, wife beater. Another nice pitch, strike 2.
Now gets ahead of Ozuna, who's hit well recently here with a batting average over 300. Last 16 games, 6 extra base hits, 7 runs batted in. Just the guy that extends the lineup. That's what the Mets don't have with Marte out.
Ozuna is the double play threat, doesn't run very well. Get the ball on the ground, it will be a double play.
For a ground ball.
Strike 3, 2 outs. Nice pitch by Bassett.
Ozuna, strikeout number 1 for Chris Bassett.
And he should be. He shouldn't be on another major league team, to be honest with you. Like, it's not like the Braves need Ozuna. So it's kind of odd that they kept him around. That's one bad blotch on the organization of the Braves when they don't have a lot of bad situations. They're usually on point, the Braves organization. That's why I'm a little shocked that Ozuni's still on the team.
That's what Bassett can do. He can almost invent pitches.
Yeah, but Steven, he still did it. All right, he's still a man beating a woman. I don't care if she's with him or not still. That's her decision. But you don't hit a woman. I'm sorry. If you do, you're a punk. All right, Rosario up with 2 outs, 1 on, tie game.
MVP from last year, Eddie Rosario. Bassett steps off.
Talk about a guy that's two different stories. First half.
Once again, guys, Mets versus Braves, game 3. Mets are looking to win one of the games of the series. If not, it looks like the Braves could win the division if they take the game tonight. Hit on that like button.
Swelling in his right eye, and then Rosario swings hard at that, misses.
Uppercut swing, 0-1.
Got a 2-year, $18 million deal in March.
Line, he's driving under the influence and he beats his wife. If you even have an inkling of him playing, then look, if Bauer is basically suspended for almost 2 years now, then Ozuna shouldn't be playing. And if you think that, get off my channel, please, because that's a joke. I don't care if he's on the contract. Bauer's on the contract. He hasn't played in 2 years.
At least for this year. He can wait and shake off and shake off.
It's like Ozuna is the best player on the Braves. They don't need him.
Next year, just one shake, maybe. Then you got to throw it.
Well, Paris, that's what the Braves do. They swing for the fences. That's why they have a ton of home runs and lead the league. And that's why they lead the league in strikeouts, because they swing for the fences. But most of the times, they hit them over the wall. I mean, DeGrom had 11 strikeouts and gave up 3 home runs. So
Plays out where you are going into the last series and maybe even the last day of the regular season.
Rosario gets under that. Should be a can of corn for Nimmo. And that ends the inning. Going to the top of the third. Mets 1, Braves 1. So far, Morton looked good in the first. Morton struggled a little bit in the second. Bassett looked good in the second, and looked a little like he didn't have all his pitches in the first. So each pitcher had one good inning, one bad inning, and now we're going to the top of the third. No, the Braves made a mistake. They're not going to admit it, but they made a mistake. When Brave fans don't want Ozuna on their team, that tells you something, all right? Look, there's not a lot of bad things to say about the Braves organization as a whole, right? They're one of the top organizations, front offices in the league. They know what they're doing. In this instance, they screwed up. It's just how it goes. I'm sorry. It's just stupid. I'm sorry. If Trevor Bauer can be suspended for 2 years for the exact same thing that Ozuna did, not including Bauer didn't have DUIs. He basically did the exact same thing Ozuna did with not 1 DUI, 2 DUIs. Sorry. I'm sorry. The same thing when Jose Reyes did the same thing with the Mets. I did not want Jose Reyes back with the Mets. I didn't. I don't care if he was one of our star players. I did not want him. I'm sorry. You hit a woman, you're a punk, you're not a man, and you should be banned from whatever work you do. I'm sorry. Because if you do it once, you're probably going to do it again, right? The same thing with DUIs, right? Well, Aaron, I wouldn't call them a low market team, right? And even for that, they sign their players. Manuel, it doesn't matter what the woman says or do. How about walking away from the situation? Ozuna is what? 6'4", 220? And what is his girlfriend? Probably 5'4", 130? Come on. It's just, I don't care what she says or does. Walk away. Yeah, Andrew, Major League Baseball did that, but the Braves still brought him back. I'm sorry. It's just not. Manuel, if you're laughing at that, you got to go because you probably hit your wife. So. All right. So McNeil leading off 3-4-5 for the Mets. Tie game, top of the third.
96 to 01. He certainly had a hand in all of those. Gets the call, the outside corner. McNeil looks back and has to question. Not much.
So both lineups for the Braves and the Mets are questioning a lot of calls by the umpires so far. Nobody likes the strike zone.
That was impressive.
Expansion to a 100-win season in 2 years. All walks of life.
Well, Delight, keep walking. I'm sorry, you can walk away of any situation. Lock her in the room and then call the cops then. I don't know what to tell you.
Next one to McNeil.
Oh, another low pitch, not called. Joe, I don't. I'm happy for now.
Loves coming to the park every day and having a kid with an iPad.
All right, 2-1 Jeff McNeil leading off the third. Oh, goodbye. Yeah, baby. 2-1 Mets. There we go. Playing home run derby with the Braves right now. Let's go. Can't get the runners in on base, but we're getting home runs. I'll take it. Let's go. That was a shot by Jeff McNeil. 2-1 Mets. There we go. Come on. Joe, good luck, buddy. And I told you what to say. That was a hanging curveball. Jeff doesn't miss those pitches. He don't hit a lot of home runs. That's his, what, 8th of the season? Well, 2 for 2 tonight for Jeff McNeil. Getting close to that batting title. Freeman went 0 for 4. And, all right, Pete Alonso up. Nobody out. Curveball inside the Pete Alonso. So you're just tuning in. Vogelbach and McNeil with the 2 runs with solo home runs. And Swanson with a solo home run for the Braves. That's a 2-1 ball game right now.
So far, the lineup change has worked out.
And that's a base hit for Pete Alonso. 2 hits in a row in the third. Good start by the Mets. Come on.
I should say the second inning, Homer followed by a single here in the third. Homer followed by a single.
You know, the McNeil home run, really impressive. But this right here, this is a strong man.
Well, Steven, me and Ken talked about this with Jeff McNeil. Jeff McNeil is good when base runners are not on. He's not a good RBI guy. But when there's nobody on, I expect him to get on base somehow with a hit or a walk. That's just what he does. That's why he's better in the 2 or 3 spot. All right. 2 hits in a row. Man on, nobody out. Escobar up. 2-1 Mets. And Escobar gets a base hit. There we go. Come on. First and second, nobody out. Mets got to capitalize here. Got to add on. Got to add on. No excuses. Got to add on. Vogelbach coming up. Solo home run in the second. Come on, Vogie. Now, Vogelbach in these situations have struggled.
The same way that seems like the Braves did it in the first 2 games of the series via the long ball.
7 hits tonight for the New York
Well, Jonathan.
Mets.
Aaron, I don't think so. There's no need to. Nothing happened to start any type of brawl. The Braves outplayed you. Tip your cap. That's it. John, what's up, buddy? All right, Vogelbach. First and second, nobody out. Mets lead 2-1. See if Vogelbach can continue and swing at the ball that he needs to swing at. I'm off, baby. I'm off. So if the Mets win, I'll have a nice sleep. I'm good, man. How's South Carolina cheating you?
Both players looking at that baseball.
All right, come on. Nice curveball. Getting me over curveball for a strike. Once again, the Mets' biggest problem in this series, they have not tacked on.
Guys, with so much on the line tonight, how quickly you think the Braves?
Jake, that's true.
Fairly quickly. Yeah, we can see some stirring down there. Whoever's down in the bullpen.
He is not calling that low strike. 2-1.
Nobody up yet, but some of the guys are moving around down there.
That's good, Jonathan.
He's thinking about it right now.
All right, well, this is 2-0 count where Vogelbach hit the home run. 2-1 count. I think you would have to – he's probably going to challenge Vogelbach here. So we'll see if Vogelbach takes advantage of it.
2-1 to Vogelbach. Swing.
Oh, nice pitch. Did not give in. That's probably his best pitch of the game so far.
Braves win tonight. Obviously, they go up 2, and they have the tiebreaker advantage. Their magic number.
I'll hit a high fly ball deep to right. At least move the run of the third.
4 pitches in this at bat, all curveballs.
Ball 3, full count.
It is remarkable when you think about
Has not thrown a fastball to him yet,
100-win season, so
which makes sense because he's not a good breaking ball hitter. Vogelbach likes to take a lot of pitches.
Giants, Braves, NL
Let's see what he does here. All curveballs to Vogelbach.
These two teams. Giants just kept coming. That was the year Bond showed up.
Round ball. Base hit. Run, run, run. 3-1 Mets. Yes. 3 hits in a row. There we go, baby. There we go. We tacked on. That's what I'm talking about. That's the Mets I know. There we go. Good job. Keep it coming. Make this game, no doubt. Well, the Braves got the ground ball, but hit them where they ain't.
No stride. Just let's put the ball in play right here with 2 strikes.
Great job. It was a little funny because Acuna was playing to right center a little bit, which is kind of odd. 2 RBIs for Vogelbach in the game. All right. First and third, nobody out. McCann out.
I would have thought that Olsen, just with that runner at second base, would have tried to keep it on the infield.
Come on, Mark. Keep it going.
Prevent Alonso from coming in to score. Now Canna with runners at first and third.
Morton's a little wild right now.
still nobody out.
Jackson Stevens is warming up for the Braves. 53 pitches in 3 innings with nobody out in the third for Morton.
Huge game for both teams.
Can a ground ball? That's going to get a run home? Oh, just went foul. Just went foul. If Riley would have let that go and that was fair, that's a run and a base hit. That was almost a bad play by Riley, but also a very smart play by Riley because he probably wouldn't have gotten kind of out. Was it foul?
I said, Wardo. I mean, wow, you got to decide right now. No, don't touch him.
Ooh.
That's foul, too.
Just foul, man.
Trying to sell it.
Oh, I don't know. That looked like it went over the tip of the bag at the edge. Oof. That was close, man.
It bounced foul before it went over the bag, so clearly foul.
What a risky play.
Okay, that was a wrong comment. If the ball is foul before the bag and it goes over the bag and it ends up foul again, it's a fair ball. And Canner swings at strike 2.
He's not getting to third base.
Watching Vogelbach run this year is one of the happiest points for Mets fans this year.
Bartolo Colon homer trot.
Yes, same category. Vogelbach's had cold here.
All right, first and third. At least get a sac fly here. Productive outs.
1-2.
That's not productive. Not what you needed there. Infield fly in there. 1 out.
Circle that play again by Austin Riley.
Well, he threw a hanger there.
That ball to go right there.
He wasn't looking for that. That's for sure.
Get 1 out. Let's see how this turns out for Charlie Morton.
Wasn't a good pitch. It was a hanging slider. But he was probably looking something a little bit more, probably looking for a fastball in that spot.
See the bat pat, the hands right there, big fold.
Kind of was not happy with that at bat. Luis Guillorme is coming up.
Luis Guillorme now.
Hit a rocket to left field right at to Rosario. He's had good at bats in this series so far. And he's ready to put down a bunt. That wouldn't have been a bad idea. I still think that was a fair ball, but hey, great umpire called it. Cole stands.
See the spin, and as soon as it kicked away, you took a gamble, and so far it's been a good one for him.
Oof. All right, 0-2. I think that's what you got to do, Dinger. You got to look for the curveball. Look curveball and adjust to the fastball. I think that's what you have to do. Morton doesn't trust his fastball right now. His curveball is on.
Vogelbach and McNeil home runs.
Yankees sponsor trying to get Eddie Rosario's attention to move towards the line.
And Guillorme strikes out. Nice bounce back by Charlie Morton there.
There are two men out.
Two outs.
So easy on TV, but it's just not.
It's a nasty curveball.
Your hands come up with the baseball.
I don't know if the umpire would have called that a strike because he has it all game, but nice pitch.
Takes a dive.
It's kind of been all or nothing for Charlie Morton's curveball tonight. Could have been really good like that one.
All right, James. Can you actually step up for once?
3 of his 4 strikeouts have come with runners in scoring position. And remember the first McCann at bat, swinging at balls that were in the left-handers.
McCann's got to be patient. He's not going to throw him strikes here.
Tries to get him to fish again. Slow roller. No one's there at first. Morton races over.
All right. Shit. Well, the Mets get 2 runs. 1 home run by Jeff McNeil and an RBI single for Vogelbach. 3-1 Mets. Could have capitalized a little bit more, but did not. But we got a 2-run lead. Once again, the Mets gave their pitchers a lead once again. Again, I know some Brave fans don't like Morton, but I still stick with a veteran every step of the way because someone who doesn't have that experience could have faltered in that spot. All right, we got a couple of runs. Keep the lead, right? What do you want from Bassett? We've said this all series. Put up zeros when your team gives you a lead. That's what the Mets have to do. That's what Bassett has to do. And most of them are good guys, so I'm not gonna. They can come on this channel. Why am I blocking them? They're fans, right? How can I hit on fans? You know, nobody's cursing personally at anybody. They're rooting for their team. It's not crazy, right? You're rooting for the Mets, right? It is what it is. You know, but listen, it's only the 3rd inning, right? It's the bottom of the 3rd. Long way to go in this ball game, especially with the power that the Braves have. Look, again, I've said this all series. You keep the Braves in a ballpark, there's a good chance you're going to win the ball game. Paris, how are they not playing with desperation? Sometimes you got to take the cat to a pitcher that threw good pitches. They just scored 2 runs, right? I guarantee you before the inning, you thought they weren't going to score no runs after that 1 inning. Well, Lyon might, but it also might not, right? All right, so we're going to the bottom of the 3rd, 3-1 Mets. Vogelbach and McNeil with the RBIs. McNeil with the solo home run. Here we go. Donnie, thank you for tuning in from Ontario. All right, here we go.
Yeah, pretty clutch play right there, man. That's great instinct. Said thanks. Throw back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think people know me by now. I block more Met fans than any other fan, so.
knows all of these players intimately.
All right, so Arcia is leading off the inning in the bottom of the third. We need Bassett to put up zeros after getting the lead here. It's been the big problem with Mets pitching over the last two nights.
Obviously, they won it all, but athleticism is definitely different.
Well, I don't know if he was. Look again.
Field's a lot better as well, right?
It seemed like that ball was fair, but Riley took a chance and it paid off for him.
Strike one.
It was one of those years for the Braves, and up and down. The minor league
John, I will definitely try that.
Scouts, everybody deserves so much credit.
Why, Eric? Because Met fans can also be assholes too. That's why. Not just fans of other teams. All right, John, I'll definitely check it out.
Buster asked him about Morton, too, and he said he's been getting behind. Truth is, he's faced 18. He's gotten behind 9.
All right, Chris, let's go.
And
Ground
Arcia
ball,
starts
leadoff hit.
leading off with a single into
Good piece of
right
hitting by
field.
Arcia. Well, Paris, I wouldn't say he's been our best pitcher all year, but he's been our most consistent.
Championship organization faces. What do you do
But Eric,
this season?
I engage with everybody in the chat.
Nothing at all. And the Atlanta Braves made some changes for sure.
Eric, I pay attention to your comments, right? You're commenting towards me. If I don't pay attention, how would I know what you said, right? So Acuna's coming up. One on, nobody out.
Potential momentum shift right here, going back to that Riley play at third, and Morton get out of that jam.
Good take by Acuna.
Everybody wants to see this man here in the postseason. Last year did not have the opportunity with his injury.
And that repaired right knee with the surgery. It flares up on him. Surgically, it is repaired. It's been a success, but there's pain associated with this recovery. He has good days and bad days.
Well, Aaron, that's what you should do if you're gonna stream a game. You know, two teams are playing.
On the Mets side,
You know,
potential shutdown inning for Bassett.
again,
Huge.
I'm not gonna lie and say my
Get Morton back
Mets
on the mound.
bias doesn't come out at times, but I try to be fair. Like that was a good piece of hitting by Arcia. If I say it's not a good piece of hitting, I'm lying.
He's given up so many this year, leaned on it a lot. The only problem is there's elite speed at the plate, on deck, and also with Michael Harris in the hole.
All right, come on, Chris, let's go.
Acuna fouled right off the plate. In spite of that bulky knee, 28 stolen bases, 26 doubles. So as you recover from the hip surgery, expect, an occasional bad day.
Yeah, absolutely.
But more of them are going to be good.
I don't have to go out there and play outfield.
That's true. But you could now if you had to.
I can play golf.
And Acuna, that's going to
Nice curveball, but Acuna stayed alive.
You know, Buck Showalter uses the word trust a lot in building the culture.
Sure, Jonathan knows. I could be, if I can be fair to when the Phillies do something good, then I can be fair to any team. Put it that way.
He's used that word to describe Bassett this year. That he's one of the guys that can really trust all year long. Took the ball every turn. Now finds himself in the biggest game of the season for his team.
1-2. And this is badly up to DeGrom and Scherzer both have dealt with different injuries, obliques. For Scherzer, DeGrom, of course, was out for a long, long time. This is the guy that has answered the bell. He and Canna came over. Buck talks about their personality.
Come on, Chris, let's go.
They are, and yet how similar they are when they get into conversations, sort of open-minded, different perspectives.
John, that's true. But at least you got a World Series under your belt.
Bassett very much old school. Pitches off the field. Doesn't really even want to know his numbers in terms of spin rate or vertical or horizontal break. He knows them, but he doesn't really worry about them. He worries about pitches off the field.
2-2 to Acuna, way inside.
All right, nice way to battle back for Acuna to a full count.
Over each of the first 3 games here, is on.
Well, Kettle should be projected as a superstar. Salamanca was never a superstar, but he's a very good player.
Curveballs, 3 sinkers and a slider in this at bat.
All right. Acuna is battling here. What is that, a 7-pitch at bat so far?
When a batter fouls a ball off, do you as a pitcher read anything into how the ball is fouled off, where it goes?
You're always reading the bat. I think that the challenge.
All right, Eric, is Pete Alonso a star?
Really a strikeout pitcher.
If Pete Alonso's a star, Marte's not on the level of Pete Alonso, so he's not a star.
So that's where the rubber meets the road here.
All right, Chris, come on. Let's go.
See here with the 8th pitch of the at bat. Where do you go? How do you finish hitters?
3-2.
Ball 4. All right, first 2 on for the Braves. Not a good start for the third after the lead was given back. And Dansby Swanson, who hit the home run off of Bassett in the first.
Friday night, Jacob deGrom, fastball right down the middle. Swanson, center stage. Scherzer, exit left center stage. And then tonight, right center.
Well, I don't think Beatty's going to make the postseason roster.
For Dansby Swanson.
All right, so big spot here.
The Wiley play, it feels huge and getting bigger. Off speed pitch, and that misses.
Little wild for Bassett right now.
You cannot land that breaking pitch. That man right there is going to force you to come with the number 1. Already took a cutter deep to right center field.
Bassett's not getting his breaking balls over. Big issue with Bassett if he does not do that. Because then he's got to come with that fastball.
The good ones can, yes. Certainly that's about approach. Bassett's best weapon this year has been keeping the ball on the ground and getting double play balls. Desperately needs one here. Swanson a hot hitter with a 2-0 count.
Ball 3. Bassett struggling with command.
Of the 19 balls so far hit on the ground in this series.
I agree, Matty. That's what I just said when we came out of the top of the third.
Even as hot as he is right now, I give him to take care. As that 2-seam fastball comes into play.
Oh, swinging on 3-0. I don't blame him on that one. He's been red hot. Just a little cut on that fastball to miss the bat of Swanson there. He challenged him, that's for sure.
Hands stay still the entire time.
All right, Chris, come on.
Garcia went off with a single. He's at second. Acuna at first after a walk. 3-1. Bassett to Swanson. Center field.
Pop up. He got into that. They should be tagging on second base.
Garcia will tag. Acuna will tag as well. He's into second, and both runners advance.
All right, both runners do advance. So it is a productive out there. Second and third, 1 out.
So we've talked all along how the Braves can beat you with power, but they can also beat you with speed. Elite speed is
That actually wasn't a good pitch. He just missed
one
it.
guy that just hit it has it. The other guy's at first base, and one's coming up to the plate. This is understanding where Brandon Nimmo plays in the outfield. He plays 333 feet from home plate. He understands the arm. He did the homework. Gets to second base. Puts himself in scoring position, representing the tying run.
All right.
Now, Nimmo kind of drifted on that.
So Riley, I'm sorry. Who the hell is up? Harris is up. Sorry.
Harris. Bassett's first pitch. And tackled. They can't find it.
Jesus, James, can you actually be a catcher for once? Holy Christ.
To a third base.
Come on, Chris, let's go.
That's how I look when I lose my cell phone in the couch right there.
Sweet panic.
Yeah, where's it at?
It's ringing and you just can't find it.
It's right here. I just left it. I know.
Ball 2.
Way inside. Harris is a
Can't get behind these hitters.
kid. He grew up
Way too good to get behind these
outside of
hitters.
Atlanta, the Braves loving family. Terrific numbers with runners in scoring position. Complimenting him. Brian Snitker said, everything I see he does is crazy. It's stupid how good he is. His maturity. 2-0.
Wow. Big time curveball for a strike there. That was a nice curveball there. Harris was not expecting that pitch.
He grew up idolizing Jason Hayward. Dad was a semi-pro ball player. Two and 1.
Well, that was going to be a ball, but Harris chased it. 2-2.
This was Arcia dancing, doing a lot of that. He is Buddy Escobar.
Escobar knows what's at stake.
Game face.
Come on, Chris. Let's go.
Harris used his signing bonus money to put 2 batting cages in his folks' backyard. Rifles this one, but it looks like it's going to go foul down.
Try to go upstairs again. This time is a little bit towards the middle of the plate. Not the pitch before, where it was a little bit more high and inside.
That he worked out with and was coached by was Marquise Grissom, who's a former great Brave. They worked out of the place known as The Hill, which is a farm that belongs to Grissom. Grissom
Come on,
described
Chris.
the kid at the plate this way. Played different attitude, makeup different. He's going to win the game. His preparation is relentless.
Yeah, big strikeout with the curveball, baby. 2 outs.
All
right, Chris, one more, baby. Come on. Big strikeout.
How about being 2-0? Coming away with this. First it was
That's a big way to come back after 2-0 there.
Then he repeats with another cutter.
You know what? That curveball was going to be called strike 3 anyway. It was just that good. It broke just enough underneath the bat of Harris. Way out in front. Come on.
The speed is the key. Great pitch for Bassett. Here is Riley, who made
Come on,
the
Chris.
decision to
Come
let
on.
that ball go foul.
Oh, shit. Ouch. Hit Riley with the fastball. Yeah, I don't think he wanted to do that. That's for sure. Olsen's been hot.
That was a 92-mile-an-hour sinker.
Bassett was not happy with that pitch. He was trying to go inside to jam him. Got away from him. Right on the elbow.
How about this? New York Mets
That's what you did not want to do.
110 times this
You got
season.
2 outs in a row.
First base open. But guess what? You have a beast on deck as well. Matt Olson is swinging pretty bad.
All right, Chris, come on.
This series.
Yeah, Bassett was upset.
It is. Former A versus former A. Good job, Juju.
Senior arm side round got away from him.
All right, Chris, let's go.
Against his former mate in Oakland. Bassett directing infield traffic, which allows Arcia to come halfway down third base.
Thank you, Terry. Come on, Chris, let's go.
Bases loaded.
Ball 1.
Ball 1 to Olsen. Escobar has moved over basically where the shortstop would play. Obviously, Arcia can move as far off third base as Escobar is off third base. So anything that squirts away from McCann, Arcia is going to come home on.
Ooh.
Inside,
All right.
balls, no
2-0. And this is why that hit batsman is big. Because you got no room for error here.
Wonder basketball, as soon as the pitch is delivered, if he just sprints over third, does McCann have a shot? Especially with the secondary that Arce takes.
The umpire has been bad on both sides, guys.
2-0. Get it over for strike. Absolutely. Whatever you get over.
Ball 3. This is why it wasn't good to hit Riley on the first pitch there. Come on, Chris.
This bad made 3 balls, no strikes, no place to put him. With 2 outs.
Look, you got to challenge him here. I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to be swinging.
Wilson's next RBI will be his 100.
Ooh, got the call there.
How about that pitch there coming up? He's not giving in at all. With Matt Olson, 3-1. Don't think it has to be a 4-7 fastball. That's what Matt Olson's hunting for, that's for sure.
Come on, Chris.
3-1.
Ah, damn it.
Olson to first.
All right, walk in a run.
Garcia steps on home.
Not what you wanted. That's why that Riley, I think he had a better chance getting Riley out than Olsen at this point. 3-2 Mets.
I said the Mets bullpen scurrying too on their own. It's both bullpens early in this game moving around, but you can see Cutter up and away, sinker in, trying to be away. High Cutter again, thinking he's swinging 2-0. Gets the ball on the two-seamer up 3-1. Back with the two-seamer again, ripped off the plate.
Olsen was taken on that pitch too. He wasn't even going to swing.
Just a little tentative.
I think, yeah, Joe, I agree. I think Hefner should have been out after the hits batsman.
Guys, we talked so much about Chris Bassett, Charlie Morton coming into this game, but with both starting pitchers stressed, in the end, it probably
Yeah,
going to be the
what I think
bullpen that's gonna
ESPN is
decide
not
this.
talking about is Chris Bassett when he struggles with a pitch count as high as it is right now, 62 in the third. He always comes back and still gives 100 pitches somehow. So, all right, come on, Chris, get out of this with the lead. Damn, that was the curveball he was trying to throw to freaking Olsen earlier in the count. Didn't get the strike. Didn't get it over for a strike.
That's how you can get a strike when you need to get a strike.
Bassett has thrown 30 pitches in the
Yeah, Bassett doesn't come out. Come on, Chris. You trust the veteran here.
Junior's at third base. Riley at second.
Oh, takes second pitch down the middle. All right, that helped us a little bit. Come on.
This is where Darno now changes his approach and thinks right center.
Got to be careful with Darno here.
Two
He
strikes,
protects the plate.
deep breath. Tries to slow everything down, allow the ball to get a little deeper.
Come on, Chris. Let's go.
Waiting on a mistake.
Oh, just inside. That was actually a really good pitch.
1-2. Darno was
That tied up Darno too. That was a little bit more in the inside, a little bit more outside.
He's trying to do right there.
That was close.
Rolling break him on. Once it's down and away, this ends up hanging.
Oof.
He's lucky it's hanging off the plate instead of on the plate.
See how far that pitch was.
Matty, no.
Just
No.
showing his hand.
He wanted the pitch to Riley. You don't want to go righty on lefty in that spot with Olsen. And you don't want the bases loaded because of the situation that just happened.
38 strikes and 28 balls.
All right, Chris, come on.
Total. Here in the third inning for Bassett.
trying to walk off the mound with a lead. 1 ball, 2 strikes. To the
Come on, Chris.
33-year-old Travis Darno.
Jeez.
By McCann.
He overthrew that pitch.
Heck of a catch by the catcher.
That was actually the best play McCann ever made.
As Sacred told us earlier, he also said at the beginning of the series,
Yeah, you heard him grunt on that. He was clearly trying to overthrow there.
pitching in these games, every pitch is high strike.
Come on, Chris. Let's go.
He threw 34 pitches the first 2 innings. This will be his 34th pitch this inning. That's a big one at Darno with him loaded.
That's a good at-bat right there by Darno with that pitch. That was not an easy pitch to foul off.
What a third inning for both of these managers.
Well, both pitchers struggling in the third.
Morton pitching out of that jam. First and third, nobody out. Now, tremendous momentum swing potential here for Bassett and the Mets. And Darno batting.
Oh, stayed alive in that pitch. Good pitch and good swing.
You can see how hard Bassett is working this inning. He's been so efficient. In the month of August, he went 8-1 with a 2.25 ERA. Ty Kyle Wright of the Braves picked up his 21st win last night with the most wins in that span. He's now going to throw his 8th pitch to Darno. Speed out the middle.
Base hit. Tie game, and the run's going to score, and 4-3 Braves. Braves come back right after the Mets take the lead. Exactly what the Mets pitchers has done all series. Once again, the Mets do not hold the lead. And that's why you do not want to hit Riley in that spot. 4-3 Braves. Curveball. It was a good pitch. But Darno stayed right on it.
He gets his hit. Looks like Bud Showalter's seen enough. It's Bassett.
And Showalter is taking out Chris Bassett. Oh, wow. Little shocked by that, actually.
He just had trouble putting away hitters, even when he did get ahead. Nothing could finish off.
All right, so Bassett is out of the game. Interesting.
Visiting pitcher to walk off the field here in Atlanta in the middle of an inning, because that's
So who is warming up in the bullpen? Let's see. Who is it?
everybody gets their cell phones out, light them up. Braves have lit up Bassett. It is a battle of the bullpen now for the New York Mets. McCann is here.
All righty, so commercial. Once again, Mets pitching cannot keep a lead after they get it. DeGrom didn't do it. Scherzer didn't do it twice. And once again, Bassett didn't do it. So Bassett out of the mound. And Mets bullpen coming in. Obviously not a strength of the Mets. Yep, not a good start line at all. So Trevor May is coming into the ballgame. Sherrod, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Coming from a Yankee fan, I appreciate that. Nope, he's bringing in Trevor May. I'm not sure why. It's all good, Jakey. No problem. Let's see. Well, it's looking like it's going to be a high-scoring game, that's for sure. Well, that's true, too. I mean, that could be a good thing for Morton getting a breather, or it could be a bad thing. Sometimes, that's sometimes with pitchers that hurts them. We'll see. Paris, this is not 07. It's not worse than 07 and 08. You know why? 07 and 08, we didn't make the playoffs because of that. That's not happening this year. Just looking at the comments, guys. Just give me a second. Gerard, thank you, buddy. All right. May's in the game. Ozuna up.
Third, first pitch. No swing. Brave offense has been on fire, and they did the job against DeGrom, Scherzer, and tonight, Chris Bassett.
JD, you ask the same question every single day, and you only show up when the Braves are winning. It's cute of you.
Walk rate right at Major League average.
6 runs over his last 14 in the third. Ozuna swings and misses.
You can't help going back to the top of the third inning when Austin Riley allowed that ball to go. It has changed the entire momentum.
All right, Mike. Well, Trevor May in the third inning. Didn't think you'd see this, right? In any part of a season for the Mets. Well, keep that pitch right there because Ozuna can't hit it.
96 miles an hour.
Got to stay up there because Marcell Ozuna loves anything over 95 miles per hour.
Well, the Dodgers beat the Mets in 2015 every game in the season and the Cubs. And what happened there?
All hands on deck. Both managers
But who clinched? Nobody clinched yet.
regardless of
It's the third
who's
inning.
been used recently.
And so far, none of the pitches looked good.
This is off.
You know, if the Mets weren't scoring, I would say probably. But they're actually putting really good at-bats together.
3 runs in the inning for the Atlanta Braves.
Trevor May got to keep that fastball up, let her high, because Ozuna is not hitting it.
Cannot let this go any further.
Travis Garneau, the big hit, knocked in 2.
Come on, Trevor.
A 60 RBI on the season. 2-2.
There you go.
This is playable.
Come on, Pete. Oh, where's that
So,
going?
tough play, calls everyone off. Still
Good job,
backs
Pete.
up, and he's
All right.
there in
Come
foul
on.
territory.
Get the offense back going. Toro, that makes no sense because they scored in every inning. Except for the second. And again, that ball down the third base line is fair. They just showed it again. But again, I'm not gonna kill an umpire for making a call. He made the call, you deal with it. All right, so going to the top of the foot. 7 runs have been scored, and we only got through 3 innings. James, ask the Dodgers about that last year with the Giants, right? They held first place for almost the entire year, and the Giants won the division. So it's nearly the same thing what happened to the Giants and the Dodgers last year. Exactly, almost. It came down to the last few games of the season for a division winner. And yet, the team that didn't win the division went further than the team that actually won the division. So, well, I agree. I agree with the whole Jakey with the whole thing because of the fact that the Mets look a little bit more confident at the plate than they did the first 2 games. Well, Paris, the problem is the people we've been getting on base haven't been fast. And Marte was our speedster, you know? So, but Dano's got a lot better throwing out runners, though. So, yeah, I think ESPN better stop showing that foul ball that Riley let go because that ball went over the bag. It's not a reviewable play, but the ball went over the bag. It started fair, went foul, and right before it was ready to pass the bag, it went over the bag and then went foul. Again, it is what it is. The umpire called it a foul ball. Too bad for the Mets. You know, that's the way it goes. No, Lion, but it's about time.
Today.
I mean, we basically walked runners on. It's like he got all the hits. All right, so Brandon Nimmo is leading off. Mets just got to come back again. That's it.
Braves have Colin McHugh now warming in the bullpen.
Colin McHugh warming up in the bullpen for the Braves.
4-3 Atlanta. They lead the division by a game.
Each team had a lead in this game,
That's
Each team
98-60.
gave up the lead
And
in the
after
game.
18 games between the two teams, each has won 9. A huge game to decide the season series and the tiebreaker should they end the season tied. Owen one to Nimmo, grounded out and singled his next time up. Leads the team in runs,
All right.
triples.
Brandon, let's go.
That's led the NL East by 10.5 games. The Braves were 23-27. What have they done since? Complete about face. And by the way, the Mets are 21 over 500 and lost all that ground because the Atlanta Braves went 76-32. Only the Dodgers had a better record.
Strike 3, 1 out.
Charlie Morton. One of the reasons is that guy, that Spencer Strider, has become just a strikeout machine. Hasn't started to throw yet. We just have fingers crossed he can come back.
Charlie Morton breaking out the changeup there, locking him up.
You haven't seen it the entire night. His third plate appearance
Well,
gets it.
That's what they just talked about with Charlie Morton. Didn't throw the changeup all night. And on that strikeout pitch to Nimmo, that's his first changeup of the game.
Here's Lindor. And Morton has just thrown a bunch of strikes now in a row. 0-1 to Lindor. That's 12 straight strikes from Charlie Morton.
Yeah, he deserves a lot of credit for last inning as well after the Riley play that Eduardo referred to. First and third, nobody out. He got out of it.
It is, Jonathan.
He was on the ropes. Bullpen was up. He was one pitch from being out of this game.
I wonder if the pace of McHugh will slow a little bit. Here's ground ball.
Ground ball should be an out. Quick 2 outs for Morton.
2 up, 2 down here in the fourth.
Can Morton do what Bassett couldn't do when they gave him the lead?
He does. He's a 38-year-old veteran pitcher. That's
Lion,
why
if
you run him
you're a
out
Braves
there.
fan and you don't know that,
You know he's not
then
gonna panic.
you're a disgrace to Brave fans. How do you not know that?
Remember earlier, Brian Sicker had told Buster he's got to get ahead. Well, last few hitters, that's exactly what he's done. Got him ahead of the last 4 hitters he's faced.
13.
All right, Jeff
straight
McNeil up to the
strikes.
home run
McNeil
against
homered his
Morton.
last time up, so he stays away. Buster, how much do you think the winning atmosphere last year has created for this team this year?
Yeah, in recent years, and I had a conversation with Dansby Swanson about that before the game, and he mentioned that as it got experience, 2 straight National League Championship Series, winning the World Series last year, it becomes part of your DNA, and there's an expectation to win and win at a high level. And that feels like, in watching the Braves in this series, like these are guys who are very comfortable being on a big stage. Coney, they actually remind me a lot of your teams in the late 90s with the Yankees, where the experience became a weapon.
Well, I thought the point was well taken, Buster, and the Mets have played well. We showed that graphic where it's not like they've seeded anything.
64-43.
They didn't really see
But
anything.
Lion,
Braves
you
team-
claim you're a Braves fan, but you don't know the record. The whole reason why you're in this situation right now is because of that record since June 1st. I knew that, and I'm a Mets fan. Come on.
No doubt, these are 2 of the best teams in baseball this year. Bar none.
I mean, you come with all types of stats and opinions, and you don't know that? Come on now.
And the tie.
All right, 2-2 to McNeil. 4-3 Atlanta, top of the 4th.
Set your pitching up any way you want.
Can't overemphasize the importance of this game. Again, the Braves, if they win, their magic number with 3 to go is down to 1. 2-2 to McNeil. And a ground ball.
McNeil ground ball should end the inning, and Morton does the job. Keeps the lead when the lead is given back to him. Unfortunately, Bassett didn't do that for the Mets. It's been like that all series long, going to the bottom. Damn, this game's been on for an hour and a half, and we've been through 3 innings. 3.5. So, 4th inning, going to the bottom of the 4th, 4-3 Mets. I'm Braves, excuse me. It isn't. And look, this, there was a couple of Braves fans that didn't trust Morton, and this is what I like about Morton, and I said it before the series started. Charlie Morton might not be throwing his best stuff, might give up some runs, but when you need him to give you a shutdown inning, he gave it to you. Again, he might come out next inning and give up 2 runs, but it seems like more often than not, he keeps that lead. After that inning, the team just gave him the lead. So once again, guys, we got 208 in the chat right now. Thank you for tuning in to Mets versus Braves. Mets had 2 leads in the ball, well, 1 lead in the ball game. Braves led 1-0. Then it was tied. Then it was 2-1 with a McNeil home run. Then it was 3-1 Mets. And then right after the Mets went up 3-1, the Braves scored 3 runs to make it 4-3. And now we're going to the bottom of the 4th with that same score. Matt, 21-28. Listen, I know you're coming up with like clever comments and sayings, but look, you can go all around. Like, all right, can you really kill the offense in this game right now? Somewhat. They left a lot of guys on base, but they also gave a lead to their pitchers in every game in this series. You got to be better than that. All right, you cannot be Jacob deGrom, Max Scherzer, and Chris Bassett, and your team gives you the lead. I don't care if it's 1 run or 2 runs or a 2-run lead. You got to put up zeros after your team scores. It's demoralizing. Well, the Braves trust him, giving him another extension, 1 year, $20 million. All right, bottom of the 4th. May is still in the ball game. So they expect, I'm assuming Trevor May to go 2 innings here, if he can. Trying a whole different scenario for Trevor May, who's usually a 1 inning, 6 or 7 type of guy. Oh, trying him in something new now. Maybe he'll be different.
That seems to be a bit overrated.
Again, the Braves finally win a championship since '95, and you guys act like you have 14 championships in a row. Sydney, come on. Like, all those division titles, and you choked in the playoffs, and finally you weren't a favorite for anything last year, and you win the World Series. Ton of respect, but don't act like you Braves have not choked many years in a row when you were a favorite to win the World Series. Right? You want to talk about the 90s? You want to talk about 96 when you had a 2-0 lead against the Yankees? We could talk about that. You want to talk about my Mets? We made the playoffs 10 times in team history. All right? I don't have a leg to stand on, but you also got to talk about the facts too.
Escobar is there to make the play.
All right, it's 86, but I actually admit it. All right, you front-running Brave fans are fans since 2021, especially some of you, the way you act. Ricky, you don't think the Braves were on steroids? Seriously. Everybody and their mother was on steroids in the 90s. You did get one in 95, but don't act like you got one since 95 until last year. That's true.
Tie this division race up, and you get the tiebreaker, changes everything.
You know, Brave fans didn't like to speak about history before last year, but want to bring up history now. And let's be honest, you winning the World Series this year means absolutely nothing this year. The Mets not making the playoffs last year means nothing this year.
Two W's against those two.
Well, they need some relief work here. It's a 1-run game.
Yep.
They did a good job in the last inning.
3 earned, 4 earned. 4
Delight, I like to call them front runners.
DeGrom, Scherzer, and
Oh,
Bassett.
Met fans too, believe me. I already called them out before this series even started.
They go home for Washington as Garcia stays alive.
Okay, Lion, they did. Absolutely. And what did the Mets do at Citi Field 4 out of 5?
Fan,
Last time I checked, you threw your aces as well.
They're going to have to face Sandy Alcantara. Doesn't appear like Sandy Alcantara's going to play.
Again, the same reason why people are making the Dodgers the favorite.
Sandy Beach.
Can the Braves be the favorite and act like the favorite? Because coming into the series, the Braves weren't the favorite to win this series, right? The Braves play better when they're the underdogs, not the favorites, like they were last year.
Probably the Cy Young Award winner this year in the National League.
David Peterson is warming up.
For some reason, May's pitching actually well.
And other than that, I mean, they
David Peterson is warming up in the bullpen, which makes more sense than May because David Peterson can be a long man.
4 times in the 16 games they played, 2 of those wins were by Sandy Alcantara.
He's a real deal. Great changeup, fastball, and how about slider as well.
May
Nice pitch, strikeout.
2 down.
Well, Ken, we found Trevor May's calling. Pitch him early in the game for 2 innings.
Four-seamer up. Good combination. Fastball up, changeup down.
Thank you, Ken. Yeah, Jonathan, I don't think the Mets are worn out. I just think they played badly. And listen, playing 5 games over 500 in the month of September is not anything they should be proud about, especially with the schedule they had. But they weren't 10 games on the 500, which the Mets tend to do in September in their history.
He's right. He's the best player on the team.
He is.
But this game is not 7-1 Braves either.
This team's only going to get better
Go on, Trevor.
next season as well. So this is length that Alex Anthopoulos has been
Ow.
able to create with
Terry? That's a good comment.
organizational depth as well. With Bob Grissom also working.
I don't know, Ken. I don't know if you heard me, but do you think Trevor May
But the other part of avoiding
is this a spot that we have to use him instead of 1 inning in like the 6th or the 7th? YT? I'm hoping by the end of the playoffs
So it's like a double
we got 4K. It's been looking good, and I appreciate all you guys for helping me out with that. Oh, Trevor May, 2 solid innings, or an inning and a third, I should say. All right, well, Trevor May. Lion, you did say that, and honestly, I actually was on board with you with that, right? We talked about this before the series. You know, the Braves are the best team in baseball at home, and I never, as a fan of your team, you're going to be a little biased towards your team, right? But I try to be realistic of the fact that the Braves, you know, they lost a couple of games to the Nationals here that could have changed the difference of the series. That might have not made much of a difference for both teams. But I went into this series knowing that the Mets needed 1 game. And I thought, I spoke about this with Ken, I spoke about this with Joe, that I speak to on a regular basis. I said I would not be shocked if the Braves win 2 out of 3 because of the fact that they're the best team in baseball since June. The Mets pitchers lately have been giving up home runs. Like, in a nutshell, in this series, the Braves struck out a ton, but also hit the home runs, which is exactly what they do. And besides last inning, even though Bassett walked the ballpark, that was like the second base hit you got in this series that gave you runs. Everything else has been home runs, right? So it's been exactly what the plan was, or what the opinion was of me. Again, I could have been wrong, but clearly that's what the Braves are. The Braves have been like that all season. Well, here's the difference Paris, about 2015. After the Mets beat the Nationals in the end of August, late July, early in the first 2 days of August, when they swept them, the division was over. So the Mets didn't have to worry about a team climbing up their back, right? You know, the Braves and the Mets are doing something like the Giants and the Dodgers did last year. Both teams are going to make the playoffs. Both teams are probably going to have 100 wins. And what are you supposed to do about that? Like, if either team wins this division, you're not going to say, oh, the Braves didn't win the division, so they suck. And you're not going to say the same thing about the Mets. It's just circumstance. All right, Pete Alonso's leading off in the top of the fifth.
And as Buck said, look, we're not going to apologize for winning close to, if not.
Well, according to you, JD, the Dodgers are already winning the World Series, according to you. So let's see what they do when they choke every year in a 162-game season.
They work very well together.
Want to talk about that Braves series last year in the NLCS? Alonso hits one. Should be a catch. Another one-in-track catch by Acuna. I'm sorry, JD, but you always bring up the Dodgers. But the Braves won a legitimate World Series. You know, I get on Braves fans. I mess with them. But they won a legitimate World Series.
Kept coming, and the Giants with Bonds. Atlanta Braves had Greg Maddux with the
I'm
first
sorry.
time,
But the big bad 106-win team Dodgers lost to an 88-win team Braves.
the owner said, we're done
How
with
did
this
that happen?
idea of teams winning 100 and not getting the playoffs. That's what
Exactly, Jonathan. And the Braves got hot at the right time. That's it.
very similar to this year when the Mets kept winning and the Braves were just winning at a greater pace. And the
Good
NL
pitch by
East,
Morton
two
there.
teams finished with 100 wins. It
The
was
NL East never had
Braves, Giants, they were
two
fighting
teams
the
with
NL
100 wins at the end of the season. Just think of that. No, Delinea, no. The Braves got to lose two, three, because the Braves only need one win if they win tonight to clinch the division.
There were some good.
Well, James, yeah, they are, yes. But when the people say they're choking, you don't have 100 wins and you choke. Did the Dodgers choke last year
We all remember when the wild
because the Giants won the division?
how many people were like,
No.
"Are you kidding? You're ruining the games. It's a disaster." We're going to add another team to what already is a
JL, I just think that the NL East teams like the Nationals and the Marlins are just that bad, where the Braves and the Mets took advantage of those two teams. And Escobar with a one-out hit. All right.
Good piece of hitting by Eduardo Escobar.
I'm sorry, 100 wins. Like, if the Mets come back and win this, if the Mets find a way to win this division at the end of the year, right? Is anybody going to say the Braves are bad or they choked? No, right? They're in first place right now by one game. They can choke away the division, right? But it's not a choke. You can't win 100 games and choke. The Dodgers didn't choke last year because the Giants won the division. Who went further in the playoffs? The Dodgers, and they were a wild card team. All right, so Morton, not solid, but when they needed him to put up zeros, he did. And here comes the lefty. Vogelbach is coming up, so I'm assuming Vientos or Alvarez is coming up for the lefty. Correct, James. Maribel, I'm not comparing the Dodgers to the East. But again, the Dodgers didn't win the division last year. Nobody said that they choked the division away. That's the point I'm trying to make. People are bringing up that the Mets choked, right? The Dodgers were well ahead of the Giants early on in the middle of the season. The Giants played very well and came back and won the division. Did the Dodgers choke? No. Talk to me when the Mets catch up to the Braves. Okay. And of course it's Sid again, so I can block you now. because it's the same asshole. The Mets were 21 games over 500. I don't think anybody could have predicted that the Braves were nearly 50 games over 500 on June 1st. I'm sorry. Yes, that's a better word. Squandered the NL East is a better word than choking. You don't win 100 games and choke. Then the Dodgers choked last year. I'm sorry. 10.5 game lead in June. You still got July, the whole month of June, right? Because that's when the Braves started taking off, June 1st. June, July, August, September. It took them 4 months to have the first time this year, one game in front of the Mets. That's not choking. I'm sorry. Not when you play 21 games over 500. If the Mets were 20 games under 500, yeah. Alvarez is in the game, pinching it for Vogelbach in the 5th inning.
Francisco Alvarez, number 1 prospect in the major league, swings the first pitch from Dylan Lee. Just a youngster, 20 years young, called up recently by the New York Mets.
They did win, JD. With 21 games over 500 is winning. You're just an idiot. You just like to troll Met fans when you're a Mets fan, as you said, but also a Dodger fan. So nobody can take you seriously. See if Alvarez can do the job here.
They are so excited.
He likes to swing.
Francisco Alvarez.
Kid likes to swing. Well, Vogelbach is not hitting. Alvarez is.
Never picks it up. Means it stays in the zone long. Finds himself already behind 0-2 on a pitcher he's never seen. Dylan Lee.
On a play.
All right, that was a hanger that right now you could see that Alvarez is over swinging. If you look at his minor league, the way he hits, he's a very fluid swinger. He's just quick through the zone, but you can see he's over swinging there.
They usually do when he brings up a statement like that. Like, no, we don't. We never look. So you learn a lot about how high a foul pop goes off somebody's back.
I don't think it's big league pitching. I just think he's very anxious. He's swinging at everything.
Some real high ones.
That's a good pitch to take.
The free exit velocity days.
Because he's good. He's got a good eye at the plate. That's been the whole thing that scouts around the league said about Alvarez. He's got a very good eye at the plate. You can just tell he's anxious and over swinging right now.
1-2 from Dylan Lee.
Good eye. There you go.
2-2. And one of the things, right, Eduardo, one of the things that he's gonna have to work on to become a more polished major league player over the next few years.
Well, he plays a premium position behind the plate. So it's about understanding what to do with the opposing hitters, how to be able to communicate well and lead as a catcher with your pitchers. Offensively, they believe he's ready.
Ooh, he missed that pitch. That was the best swing he had in an at-bat. He know he missed it too.
What type of at-bats he gets? Dropping down 0-2, working his way back into it. Really good swing right here.
He was on that pitch. That was a better swing there. He's smiling because he knew he missed it. The kid's confident. There's no doubt about that.
See how still his head stays? Not a lot of movement from the bottom half.
All right, Francisco.
5'10", 233 pounds. Brave shift on defense.
Good eye. It's a good at bat by Alvarez there. Oh yeah, he's shaking his head. You see the confidence in him? The kid's confident, man. I'm telling you.
8th pitch of the at bat.
I'm telling you, this kid is very confident. When I was in spring training, I'm telling you, this kid has confidence at the plate. He's not afraid of, he might have been a little anxious, but not afraid of the moment. I'm telling you. Strike 3. Again, got ahead of himself there, but
Made him work.
The kid, you know what?
Slider coming.
Exactly what Lee needed to do. He didn't throw him strikes. And when he did,
We were talking about earlier,
he actually
you
fouled
don't
it off.
necessarily have to throw a 3-2 pitch for a strike. You can allow the hitter to be aggressive, make it appear like it's strike, and then
2 outs.
balls off the plate.
Yeah, that one was right over the heart of the plate.
Well, he was a little bit more leveled
Until the end.
and balanced on the swings that he had. All right, 2 outs. McCann up, man on first.
Marcana next up for Lee. That's foul. I would think, Eduardo, that one of the things he's become accustomed to, Alvarez, carrying your minor league team, expectations are so high, there's going to be that period where you get to
This kid knows he's going to be good. You can just tell in his face. I'm telling you,
There's
this.
a lot of other guys that can do that. I'm not responsible for that yet.
But he does need to be better at the plate,
Players on
though.
each of the major league teams have gone through the same thing.
Yeah.
They were the guy at the minor league level, if it's an A-ball, AA, or AAA, before they get here.
Canna, Squibber, Olsen.
Can go a little bit of Squibber, ends the inning. Going to the bottom of the 5th. 2-3-4 coming up for the Braves. Braves lead 4-3. Miguel, that's probably the best comment that anyone put on here all day. MLB is in good hands with all these great prospects. I cannot agree with you more. 21-28. Have you seen Nate Quinn's last 21 at-bats? He's 1 for 21 with 9 strikeouts. That's what you want? Sorry, I do not want Nate Quinn anywhere near a DH spot. And by the way, he's basically your last man on the bench, basically. Yeah, again, people just look at it. Oh, look, he striked out. The first game of the series, he hit a rocket to Riley. If Riley wasn't a great defensive third baseman, most third basemen would have missed that ball. But Riley's so good. That ball was hit 108 miles an hour off the bat. That would have brought in 2 runs if Riley didn't catch that ball. You got to look at it that way too. I agree, Lion. I've been saying this for Alvarez. The Mets should have brought up Alvarez a month. Well, I said they should have brought him up before the trade deadline to see what the kid has at a DH. They were like, oh, we got to develop him as a catcher. He's 20 years old. All right. Scherzer and DeGrom, when they were going through their rehab slots, said the kid's nearly ready as a catcher. He's still got to learn with his framing a little bit, but he got a great arm and he blocks balls really well. Jay Prince, yeah, there's nothing to see here like you. See ya. You're the one that troll all the time in the comments as well, you punk-ass bitch. God, there's enough good Brave fans in here that ruin it for the stupid Brave, the idiot Brave fans that come in here, ruin it for the good Brave fans that are here. I'm sorry. No, there was no logic for the Mets bringing him up. Look, in my opinion, it was Epler's panic move because he heard all the nonsense of Ruff. So here we go. Lugo in the game, bottom of the 5th.
4 runs last 3 games. He'd allow 4 over his 17 before that. The 2 ERA.
I think the Cardinals are the Braves and Mets kryptonite.
Pitch breaking ball in there for strike 1.
Well, Vogelbach is terrible against lefties, so it is, Lions. So far, both bullpens been decent. Honestly, I was shocked that Trevor May pitched the inning in the 3rd solid. So that hit off of McCann's knee maybe has to come out of the game so we can put Nito in. At this point, I put Nito in the game, to be honest with you.
Well, it was a cutter. 3-2. Too much of the plate. Gave the Braves the lead. Got the fans out of the seats.
Yeah, I don't think the Braves should be worried about anybody, right? You're defending champs, and you have a really good team. Look, anybody who has to worry about a team, you shouldn't be in the playoffs. I'm sorry. that means you have no confidence in your team. I don't care who you are.
Swanson, Harris, and Riley.
Yeah, man, there's too many good Brave fans in here for stupid idiot Brave fans to mess it up. It's so stupid.
Next time around,
And Jay Prince is always in the comments only when the Braves win.
I agree. Especially if he
Just
continues to stay-
he doesn't even talk about the Braves. He just talks about nonsense.
I gotta believe
Like that's a fan that probably lived in Atlanta, never was a baseball fan. Now that it's cool to be a Braves fan,
He's so well rested.
the ones that never are baseball fans make it bad for the Brave fans who's been a Brave fan all their life.
We're not doing that.
Come on, Seth.
Swanson on the ground.
Ground ball, nice play by Escobar.
Spins,
One out.
throws out.
Couple of good defensive plays so far for both teams. And you notice it's been 4-3, and now everything's have calmed down. The pitchers have been better. Well, Paris, I think Brave fans will tell you that, right? Again, if the Braves never put Iglesias as their closer in the playoffs, I think it's going to hurt them. Because I think Jansen's a ticking time bomb.
163 average, third best in the National League, seventh best in the majors.
Water, why should we settle when it's only 4-3?
For 98 against
It's not 7-0 Braves.
what makes him so effective against lefties.
Well, that curveball.
Clouded, I don't know if Jansen's going to go 3 days in a row. I mean, he's done it this year. I don't think he's done well in 3 consecutive days. Again, game 1, he got out of that very lucky, and then yesterday he was dominant. Look, the whole point, the only reason why I think the Braves are keeping Jansen at the closer spot is the fact that, 1, you're paying him. 2, Jansen can't pitch in the 6th, 7th, or 8th inning because he's not that type of pitcher.
Smelling their bats on foul balls and waiting for them. Yes.
4 curveballs in a row to Harris. Once again, guys, thank you for tuning in. Mets Braves 4-3 Braves in the bottom of the 5th.
Curveball probably about 2,400 RPMs.
Right back up the middle, off of his leg. It's fielded and
All right, so that's a 1-4-3
Harris is quick. That one went off Lugo's leg.
ball off of Lugo right to Guillorme. Ken, I've said that from day 1 when the Mets signed him with McCann. He's a backup catcher at best. I said it from the beginning. Well, JT, I don't know if Iglesias is going to pitch 3 days in a row, to be honest with you. And I don't know if somebody tweeted on, I think it was a Braves beat reporter that said that Jansen's available tonight. So I don't know how factual that is, but I'd put Iglesias in if I was the Braves, but
One of the Braves who signed a huge extension. Of course, Olsen comes over. He signs an 8-year deal. Riley, 10 years. Harris, who was just retired, 8 years.
well, Kimbrel and Jansen, I mean,
team friendly. But
yeah.
$335 million deals. And Harris, of course, is just a rookie, so he's signed for $72 million. Planning ahead, brought to you by Hoya
Eric,
Financial.
I forgot the name of the Braves beat reporter, but he said that Jansen's available. Where he got that information from, I don't know. I don't know if that was just a snicker putting it out there just to make the Mets think a little bit. I don't know. But Iglesias should be in as the closer tonight. I don't think you got to mess around with a game like this. Well, so far the Mets bullpen, May and Lugo, been good so far.
That Alex Anthopoulos have told me in Northport in spring training is loves character. Loves the guys to be able to get along in that clubhouse. Wants good teammates, and that's what he has in that clubhouse.
I do think it will be a mistake putting Jansen in 3 games in a row, because I was looking at his stats earlier today at work, and he's done it 3 times this year. Riley, a shot right to Lindor, and it ends the inning. All right, going to the top of the 6th, same score, 4-3. So, as I was saying, I could have missed it. I was looking at it at work, but I think I saw 3 times this year Jansen pitched 3 times in a row. He's blown 2 out of 3. So take that for what it's worth. Again, it might mean absolutely nothing today, right? I don't like to look at history, but in situations when it comes to pitchers' history in the same season, I tend to take that as a fact. But again, that doesn't mean that he can't shut down the Mets 1-2-3 in this game, pitching a 3rd day in a row, right? So this is a game that's very odd right now, right? 7 runs in the first, 3 innings? And then the 4th and the 5th kind of calmed everything down, right? The pitchers did the job for the Mets and the Braves. As Lion said, it's going to come down to the bullpen. At the moment, the bullpens are winning. I agree, Smokey. He is 2 for 2. I agree with you, but I'm just giving you the stats. Again, I noticed 3 times this year he pitched 3 times in a row. It could have been more. That's what I noticed. I was at work, so I was going through the stats quickly. And I saw 3 times. It could have been more. That's, again, I'm not claiming to be a Esberg and Jansen's outings. But I saw he blew 2 out of 3 when he pitched 3 times in a row. But again, that means absolutely nothing. He could blow the game tonight, or he can shut down the Mets 1-2 like he did yesterday. Lion, well, that was the thing with the Mets early on this year. Probably from the beginning of the year until the middle of August, it always seemed like somebody else came through when somebody else wasn't coming through. That was the whole – that's what I was like – that's the way the Mets were. That's why they were so good for the majority of the year. Lately, when two teams – when the Alonso and Lindor is down, usually somebody else would pick them up. Right now, they're not doing that. And that's why this September – yeah, there are a couple of games over 500 in September, but they haven't done their job. It's just that simple. So top of the 6, 4-3 Braves. 8-9-1 for the Mets. Lefty still in the ball game. Lee.
Again, reminding everybody, both of these teams.
JT, it was, but it also could have been a damning decision because that ball was fair. But it is what it is. The umpire made the call. I'm not going to cry over spilled milk. The Mets should have still scored runs. They didn't hit after that.
Reduced to 1, so they win 1 or the Mets lose 1, and they will win another National League East championship. Won 4 straight.
Well, that's because Jansen has got a lot of save opportunities because the Braves have been so good since June 1st.
Everything is done via the head.
Oh, Jonathan, I'm sorry. I'm missing. Comments are coming in quickly, buddy. I apologize if I miss it. Spilled milk. It is. Look, I'm not going to complain about a call that the umpire made. We can do that. Every team can make that every game, right? The Mets still have first and third after that foul ball with nobody out. They should have scored. Nice pitch. Strike 3. No, JT, I was saying it was a smart, like he would have had no play. But again, if the ball was fair, it's a run, and now it's first and second with nobody out, and the Mets got a 4th run.
Over the plate and get that ball and still presented it in a way that he could still get that call. A lot of times you won't get that call.
Exactly.
Because you had to move so much.
Exactly, Jason. That's the whole point of people talking about, oh, the best team in baseball, the best record. Who cares? It means absolutely nothing in the playoffs. Yeah, if I'm the Mets, or if I'm Buck, I would take McCann out of the game. Bassett's out, put Nito in. I know you risk not having another catcher if Nito gets hurt, but Nito can hit.
Guessing Heater now down 1-0 count.
Oh, McCann didn't swing. 2-0. Interesting.
You're mind melding with them, yes.
No, the Mets have had better, not good at bats since the fourth, for sure.
Middle weight if you're McCann. Everything else, take.
Ball 3.
What do you think it would be
All
like
right,
to
Lee
play?
should not walk McCann.
No, you don't wanna
Just
go
throw the
to
ball over the middle of the plate. He's not going to hit it.
Is there a particular time of day
Do not
where
watch
you
James
get
McCann.
particularly-
Interesting. 6th inning, down by a run. If McCann gets on base, do you pinch run for him?
3-0 with Nimmo on deck.
Agree, Smokey.
3-1.
Oh, shoot. You know what? That's – well, YT, no, you can't because he's already in the DH spot. If you put him as the catcher, don't you lose the DH spot? I could be wrong about that.
Milwaukee's still a shot for 2 games back in the wild card. But really,
So I don't know. I could be wrong about that.
And McCann to right field. This
Uh-oh.
one towards the corner.
Stay fair. Ah,
Just goes foul.
McCann's furthest ball in probably like 3 months.
92 miles per hour, the perceived velocity has to be a lot more.
I could be wrong about that, YT, but I do, Scully. I'm not 100% sure. But I think if you have to move the DH to a position, you lose the DH and it's a pitcher spot. And I could be wrong, but I think that's the rule. Well, McCann, he was on that pitch,
Don't get too deep.
just a little too late.
the home run in Boston.
Exactly. Okay, 20. So I was right with that rule. Okay.
On the ground, Riley backs
Jesus
up.
Christ.
Gets charity hop, throws across the diamond, and the tag is put on McCann to try to slide underneath Olsen.
2 outs. The Cards do not. I think the Cards are a sleepy team.
Oh, Adamson right there knows who the runner is.
They definitely sleep.
Bag, no problem. Knows he has enough time.
Yep, Jay, 100%. I would say 100% to be honest with you. But again, there is a scenario the Mets could win the division if they lose tonight. It's
I
well,
want to see this again. Did they tag him?
So he got around the bill.
well they can. There is a scenario. The Braves got to get swept, and the Mets have to win and sweep the Nationals. That's it. Again, that's why I say the Braves win it. I think it's 100% chance they're going to win the division. I mean, I'm not naive enough to say it's not over. If the Braves win today, it is.
Try to get things going for the Mets. Bats have gone silent.
I can't stand McCann. I didn't like him from day one the Mets signed him. I always thought he was a backup catcher.
Mark when it comes to attendance. People at home wondering, did the tag ever get made? Ouch. Yes.
Right in the grill.
Yeah, James, and that doesn't matter, right?
3.1 million.
Season series don't matter in the playoffs at all.
2,000.
It's kind of been the story of baseball the last few weeks, really, around Major League Baseball. Tremendous crowds in Seattle. Seeing them go nuts the other night. Crowds following Aaron Judge and his home run.
Both
jet.
offenses, the last couple of innings, have been shut down by the bullpens of both teams.
About service over there was tonight we party. And they clinch.
Ball 3.
This high, 3 balls, 1 strike from Lee. 6'3", 214. Taken by the Marlins back in 2016, the 10th round. He was a Fresno State guy. Made his debut with the Braves last year.
Nice pitch. Strike 3.
On Nimmo.
One of the hardest places to warm up before a game in a big game, Seattle. And then the ballpark. The fans are on top of you. Like Fenway. This crowd here fantastic as well.
Well, you wouldn't have to sweep the fish if you win tonight. You just got to take 1 game from them, which is very likely.
3-2 on the way to Nimmo.
Nimmo stays alive.
Seattle's good at having loud buildings because, as you know, The Kingdom was the loudest building there ever was.
Ridiculous. With Randy Johnson on the mound, did not want to be there as an opponent.
Dylan, you're probably right.
Right, that was the loudest the buildings I've ever
It
heard.
really was. Those fans are so vocal, so passionate.
Good on them to have a team back in the postseason. Metrodome, when it was full, was another building in Minnesota. And Nimmo is on.
All right, 2-out walk for Nimmo. Lindor coming up. Lindor's been struggling in this series. He had a couple of hits in game 2, but struggled. So Snicker is coming to change the pitcher, to change Lindor over to the left side, which I think is a great call because Lindor is a better right-handed hitter. So Colin McHugh, I believe, is coming in for the Braves against Francisco Lindor. See what happens, guys. So once again, guys, thank you for tuning in to Talking Mets at Rob. If you're a new subscriber, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Hopefully you keep on coming back for more. Again, I just don't do live streams. Obviously, during the season, live streams are what there is to do. You know, there is not a lot of breaking news for the most part, but, you know, tread day line specials, live streams, videos, off-season, hot stove, all that fun stuff. Most of you guys became subscribers during the strike, the lockout. And you guys stuck around, so I appreciate that. So hopefully you keep on coming back for more, right? Obviously, this is the Mets channel, but I try to keep it as fair as possible. Yes, my Mets bias comes out every now and then, but I'm a fan of a team, right? Bias come out for every fan base. So I do expect my bias to come out every now and then. But I try to cut it down the middle as much as possible. Mike, do you have breakdown videos like John Boy? No. I don't have the time like John Boy, to be honest with you. I do work for a living. YouTube is not my job, so I'd like it to be, but again, I'm far from that yet. So, but JT, probably it's likely. Again, I don't like batting lefty much lately. Well, Jonathan, you're a Phillies fan in a Mets Braves game. You're no fun. Jonathan, I would have loved for you to be in Philly when the Mets faced them the last series in Philly with the 7-line being there. It would have been fun to meet you. Could have had a cheesesteak, could have had a beer, could have talked shit back and forth. It would have been fun. Todd, you know what's funny? That's how crazy the MLB playoffs have been, that I don't think anybody would be shocked if it's Phillies or Guardians at some point.
Right? Lindor bats for me.
Well, that's the thing with Freeman. He doesn't need to hit home runs in that lineup.
Originally drafted by the New York Mets.
All right, here's Lindor. 1 out, 2 outs, 1 on, down by 1 in the top of the 6th. Colin McHugh in a game.
A huge game in a big spot. Lindor.
Oh, that was the best swing Lindor had all series, but didn't keep it fair.
That's the one pitch that's been hit hard this year.
I see, Jonathan.
The other two, the cutter and the curveball, hitters are hitting under $150 combined.
Come on, Frankie.
Nimmo has terrific speed at first base. Good pitch.
Nice pitch. That's what Lindor has been doing all series, swinging at that breaking ball that he can't hit. He's trying to pull everything when the third base side is completely open. You hit that down the third base line, it's second and third with 2 outs. Freaking Lindor. That's why it was a great move by Snicker, turning him over to the left side, because he's not as good as a hitter lefty than he is righty. So strikeout by Colin McHugh on a nasty pitch on the outside corner. go into the bottom of the sixth. 4-3 Braves. Been like that ever since the third inning. And we shall see. Right? Again, the Phillies still have a chance to like catch the Padres, right? What are they, a game behind the Padres? I believe. He does, and I've said that. I continue to say that Snickers is better than Dave Roberts as a manager, because Dave Roberts probably cost the Dodgers another championship with his stupid decisions. Well, Bobby Cox was, he is the legend, right, for the Braves. So I'm not going to, he only has one championship, but Snit also has one championship as well. Again, Snit probably has a better chance at this, obviously, but let's be honest. Bobby Cox won a lot of division titles, but he did only have one championship as manager for the Braves. So, but again, it's not like he wasn't a great manager. You know what I'm saying? Sargent, I agree. Antopoulos is really good. The only stupid decision I think, again, with Ozuna, I think he should not be in baseball. If Bauer is not in baseball, Ozuna shouldn't be in baseball. Well, Ricky, yeah, that's true, but you also had a great team. Your 90s teams, every one of your starters could easily win 20 games, right? You had an awesome lineup. I don't have to tell you who was in the lineup. We all know it. You know what I'm saying? Freaking Chipper Jones named his daughter Shay. So, his kid Shay. So, it's come on. You know what I'm saying? Excuse me. Excuse me. Well, yeah, GT, obviously the game's not over. It's a one-run ball game, right? But, again, I can assure you I have more confidence in the Braves bullpen than I do the Mets bullpen, even though the Mets bullpen has been pretty good so far. And Lugo is still in the ball game. Matt Olson's leading off. 6th inning, 4-3 Braves.
Let's get 5 days off. Real interesting. We'll get into that whole rust versus rest conversation that we have every year in the postseason. And during the division series games, 1, 2, then an off day, 3, 4, 5. There is no off day. So you're playing 5 games in 6 days. Matt Olson.
Goodbye. And it is 5-3 Braves. Hanging curveball by Lugo. I was just talking about the Mets bullpen, right? There it goes. Boom, boom, boom. Lugo's second innings, Ken.
They're so deep in their lineup.
Yep. Hanging curveball. They don't miss mistakes. That's why they're so good. I agree, Sergeant. Look at that right there. And this comes back to Epler. You don't have a good lefty reliever to go against the Harrises and Olsons in this lineup. A lefty should have been in this ballgame, but you don't have one that's good. Peterson's garbage. Lugo and Rodriguez is garbage.
The lead grows to 2 here at the bottom of the 6th inning.
Guys, think about that possible punctuation also for the regular season for Matt Olson. Began, of course, where the Braves traded for him after the negotiations with longtime Brave Freddie Freeman didn't work out. But Matt Olson was making the flight here, and his agent told him about the contract and the long-term obligation with the Braves. That they
well, Mike,
to him. He asked him
Olson's not going to be
the contract was real.
loved by the Braves fans until he does it in the playoffs, right?
Yeah, which again goes back to the Swanson conversation. For another kid that grew up in Georgia, you have Harris, you've got Olson. You could, if you choose to, have Swanson.
Ken, that's true too.
Guys who know all about this whole Braves upbringing in Braves country. Olson started the season like a house of fire, and then he kind of tailed off a little bit.
The problem with Lugo, and I said this over and over again, I think me and Ken had this conversation. Lugo falls in love with his curveball. He's got a very good fastball, and he doesn't throw it enough. he fell in love with that curveball, and Olsen was all over it, waiting for it.
Talk about the balance right there. 108 miles per hour off the bat, 32 degrees launch angle creates that. You can watch it. Now he's homered in 4 straight games. That's the second longest streak of his career. Did it in 5 in 2017.
Well, Judy, you might be waiting a while. Again, you want to blame Game 1 on Buck for putting Tyler McGillen in a 2-run ball game? You can. But it comes down to the fact that the Mets had opportunities to score in every one of these games and add on, and they do not. The Braves have, and that's the difference in the ball game.
The Braves have 14 runs in the series, 8 of them by homers. And you can now add Olsen to the list that Swanson joined earlier. The guys that have hit a homer in each game of a 3-game series against the Mets. Let me ask again, what happened?
What happened? So a lot of people want to know the bottom line.
And here's Lugo throwing fastballs now. I just don't get this guy.
They are uber talented. They believe in themselves. They believe in the process. There's structure behind everything on the defensive standpoint. Every day they work with Wash.
Yeah, I never thought it was a bad move with Olsen.
There's no day off.
You know, the Braves wanted to go younger. You know, you get in a young first baseman that average-wise is not near Freeman, but power-wise is just as good, if not better, which this year is better than Freeman. But, you know, Freeman was your linchpin for years, you know.
Sample size, beware. You can carve out any sample size you want throughout the course of the season. Bend the numbers any way you want.
And a strikeout for Lugo, 2 outs.
Every year, it seems like we need a reminder that the baseball season's a marathon. It's easy to give up on people.
Well,
The
Mike,
Yankees did in August.
I'm sorry, who was that? Who else said that? Jack, you could say that, but in the month of September,
Players are going to struggle.
he was one of your worst players all month. So when it counted, he wasn't getting it done. When the Braves needed wins, when you should have – look, the Braves should have easily took this division 2 weeks ago when the Mets are playing absolutely terrible. And the inning ends, but not before Matt Olson hits a solo home run to make it 5-3 to give a 2-run lead to the Braves going to the top of the 7th. And yeah, so Jack, the thing went like Olsen. Look, they needed Olsen when this whole month of September when he wasn't playing well at all. Started to get a little bit better during the Phillies series, and then turned it on right after the Phillies series, right? Braves should extend his only 10 years, $200 million. Well, Mr. X, I don't think it's about athletic players. What I think the Braves do is that their developmental ways of doing things in their organization, I think it's one of the best in baseball. You know, you could pick the Rays and you could pick the Braves as teams that develop their own. And the Braves always done that. When have the Braves signed high-priced players? Very rarely, right? They develop because they're not a high payroll team. They're not. We all know that. But they develop well, and when they see the guy has potential, they sign him. Like I said, they extended Michael Harris, right, to a big contract. If Michael Harris doesn't perform to what they thought he was going to perform to, it's still not a bad move, right? And I think that's the big difference and the big reason why the Braves are so successful, because of the fact that they develop their players. And look, you know what the Braves don't do? They don't sign high-priced pitchers, right? They like to develop their position players. You know, they develop pitchers for sure. But, you know, look, they'll get the Charlie Mortons of the world. They'll use Ian Andersons, the Kyle Wrights of the world, right? These are not great pitchers, but they give them opportunities. Not saying they're great pitchers, but they give them the opportunities. Charlie Morton is a veteran. This is what the Braves do. And they've always done that. And again, as a Mets fan, I can be a total idiot and say, the Braves ain't a good organization, you guys know I'll be lying, right? All right, here we go. Top of the 7th, 5-3 Braves.
Bear down a little bit. He still gave up 3 earned and 4 to third. The home runs again, the difference in games 1, 2, and so far here.
I agree, Sergeant. All right, Glacius in for the 3rd straight day. Well, you know who's closing tonight then. Could be Minter, but it's probably Jansen. The Mets have not touched Iglesias the first 2 games of the series. McNeil leading off.
He has just been lockdown, been outstanding. Jesse Chavez, Tucker.
Well, Ryan, yeah, well, that's why the Braves are so good. But I was saying, you can't say, like Jack said, that Olsen did it when it counted. Yeah, but September counted, right? The Braves lost games because Olsen couldn't hit water in the ocean, right? He got hot right now, which is great for you guys, obviously. But just because he was good now doesn't mean you didn't need him in the 3rd week of September, right? Jose, I appreciate that. Well, I hope Soroka can actually pitch again because 2 years in a row, thinking he's coming back and he didn't. It's so unfortunate because he's an ace. We all know that. It would make the Braves that much better, but you just don't know if a kick like that can come back from those injuries.
Tell you what, guys, really surprised to see it was already still in the game. Braves have a 2-run lead.
I agree, Judah, but I'm sorry, not Judah, excuse me, Jack. But don't make it seem like Olsen wasn't needed or like it didn't matter in September when he was struggling. You didn't need him because of the fact that the Braves have other guys that took care of business.
Outfield shifted towards left.
No. Well, I think Tom Brady has marital problems more than the age, to be honest with you. All right, so 1-2 coming to McNeil. Again, it's clearly setting up Iglesias, Minter, and Jansen for the next 3 innings. Hampton was a joke. He was good, and then all of a sudden, he left teams dry for that matter. I agree, Jack. I'm agreeing with you. You're not listening to what I'm saying, though.
1-2 to McNeil.
And McNeil gets a base hit. All right, good job. That's a good piece of hitting. That's what you got to do against Iglesias. Good job, Jeff. All right, Alonso up. Tying run at the plate. James, I do. That's why I don't think it's age with Tom Brady. I think it's mental in his head when it comes to his wife. Look, McNeil was what, 3 for 3 today or 3 for 4? He's gonna pass. What is it, Freeman or Goldschmidt in the for the batting title? All right. Well, the Mets have an opportunity here. They gotta capitalize. Look, the problem with Iglesias is that he throws that heavy sinker. It's very hard to lift that ball. You got to stay leveled and hit the ball the other way. Just like McNeil did. Don't try to lift it. Just try to stay level. It's the only way you're going to hit that sinker. I mean, Iglesias basically has one pitch, right? The sinker. But he throws it at different speeds. Yeah, Nicholas, he's always been like that. It's crazy, but it works for him. Yeah, it's going to be very hard to hit a home run off of Iglesias with that sinker. Tippy cap if any Met can do it, but he got it up. That's not going to drop. 1 out. Well, he got the sinker up, but Alonso popped it up.
Really loved what Orlando Arcia did there.
1 out.
Called it early, waved the outfielders off. Usually as an infielder, you're taught, don't say anything.
Yeah, Iglesias missed his spot, but it ended up in a good spot anyway. Tied him up.
With the Harris, you let them know early, see him right there waving him off with the glove. They veer, they slow it down, give him room to make the play.
Now here's Eduardo Escobar.
I'm not mad at Epler with the big bat, but it wasn't just about a lefty reliever, right? There was lefty relievers in the offseason for, Chafin, who was one of the better lefties on the market. He didn't get. He was tradable at the deadline from Detroit. The Mets didn't go get him. Nobody got him. I'm not going to kill Epler for trying to fix the DH spot because he tried, but he didn't try to fix the bullpen. That's the problem.
7-3 is the difference just in home runs this series.
Escobar has been one of the Mets' hottest hitters. See if he can continue his hot streak.
What the Braves have done and what the Mets have done since June 1. Braves have 179 homers. The Mets have 117.
And popped up by Escobar. Should be 2 outs.
Sorry, there, 2 down. And to Buster's point, anytime you think about a number
2
like
outs.
that with the Braves, you always then say, well, the Dodgers are the best team. What have they done? 148 since June 1st. They've been out-homered by the Braves, 179 to 148. The way they're playing.
All right, so here we go again. Alvarez with a man
This
on.
is the best team in baseball.
He did have a better at-bat last at-bat, but struck out. See what he can do here.
There's this notion that you need to play small ball in big games. You need to manufacture runs and bunch hits together. And actually, got home runs.
Yep, Alvarez.
And it should end the inning, and it does. Leadoff hit by McNeil, but the Mets go 1, 2, 3 after that and go into the bottom of the 7th. 9-1-2 for the Braves, and it's 5-3 Braves. Well, Steve, the Dodgers win despite Dave Roberts, except when it comes to the playoffs, because decisions by managers can lose you playoff games. It might not always lose you during the season, right? But when it comes, when you're facing the Nationals or facing a bad team, that managerial mistake that you make against a bad team in the season probably will work anyway because it's a bad team you're facing. But when you're facing a good team in the playoffs, it will backfire. And Dave Roberts has done that numerous times this year. Again, don't tell a Dodger fan that because they think Dave Roberts is the best manager ever. Yeah, but Nicholas, he actually made a lot of good calls as well. Snicker, right? You don't win a World Series despite your manager. All right. It just doesn't happen. Jack, I agree with you. We were talking about this earlier. Bassett is the type of guy where he'll struggle at one inning and still pitch 100 pitches. I thought they took him out too early, but Buck felt like he didn't have it. Again, we gave up 1 run. The bullpen gave up 1 run in 3 and 1/3 innings. So you can't you can't fault Buck for that. Like, you gave up 1 run, the bullpen so far. That's pretty good considering the fact that it was a home run on 1 pitch from Lugo. So I'm not going to kill Buck on that. I mean, for all we know, Bassett would have stayed in the game and gave up a hit, and it would be a lot worse than what it is right now. Yeah, Reynolds, I don't think so because Bassett been in this situation before. Like, there was numerous times this year where Bassett had a bad inning like he was having. He figured out a way. All right, he might have gave up the lead, but he figures out a way to get out of it. And then he comes in the next inning and strikes out the next 3 batters. He's done that many times this year. And Bassett is not garbage, right? Bassett's been your best pitcher and consistent pitcher all year when Scherzer decided to go down with an oblique, when DeGrom decided to baby his elbow and baby his shoulder. All right, Bassett's been the one pitching every fifth day. And I'm sorry, the Braves bullpen, the Mets bullpen is not the issue in this series. It's been the starters giving up every lead the Mets gave them. I'm not saying the Mets gave you a 5-run lead, but game 1-run lead. One lead that they gave DeGrom. Next game, 2 leads they were giving to Scherzer. This time it was 2 leads again. And Bassett gave it up. You got to blame the starters in that situation, not the bullpen. The bullpen gave up 3 runs, and 2 of those were McGill in game 1.
Roaring from behind against the Met team that has spent the majority of the season.
Red Horse, it was actually a good pitch and good hitting by Darnell.
For a long time. It's been the Mets and the Atlanta Braves this month, but before that, the Mets and the
All right, bottom of the 7th.
Conversation for best team in the league.
Drew Smith in the game for the Mets.
Donate at redcross.org/ESPN. Redcross.org/ESPN.
Well, the Mets are not making errors. The Braves are just hitting home runs, hitting the mistakes. That's it. Both teams have played really good defense. It really hasn't been the defense. It's been the Braves hitting mistakes, which they've done all year. Look, and somebody just brought that up. 10 hits for the Mets, 3 runs. 4 hits for the Braves, 5 runs. Home runs.
Depending on how the rest of the season plays out, getting right back into the wild card, a lot of folks will look at that as something that you want to do. If you roll it, you want to keep playing. If the Mets end up in the wild card, it may be a chance to also reset.
I agree.
There's almost a flatness.
Yes, Red Horse, because he did it multiple times this season. Again, if you watch, come on, Red Horse, if you watch Met games, you know Chris Bassett has done this before. Just because he might have not done it in this game doesn't mean he didn't do it. I think Buck was a little trigger happy in that aspect. I mean, Brave fans are telling you that. It's not like the Braves were hitting him on the all over the yard.
What the Braves have done right than what the Mets haven't been able to do here, at least.
For Red Horse, you don't know that because it didn't happen. He was taken out, so nobody knows. But history with Bassett tells you he's done it before. So there's no reason why you think he could have done it again.
If you get to that weapon and you have a lead, Edwin Diaz has got you wins. Historic pace for strikeouts.
I'm sorry, there's no Brave fan that was happy that was not happy that the Mets bullpen was coming in. They probably got excited because Bassett done it before. He would give up 3 runs in an inning, come back and throw 3 scoreless. He's done it multiple times this year. Oh, where was that pitch?
He claims Diaz. Contreras uses it for a walk-up song.
I agree, Red Horse. I agree. I didn't say he pitched well. He gave up 2 leads. Well, 1 lead, but still, he didn't hold the lead.
Hold it in the corner, and it will
Foul ball.
Jimmy Trumpets had never been to a baseball game before.
First time, yes. Loved it.
Well, Mariana, yes. It's like the 88-win Braves last year had no business winning the championship last year, right? But they won it. Does anybody care that they won 88 games? Absolutely not.
You knew about Trumpets before.
Yes,
Diaz, you were big into that.
I love the
Wow.
pageantry for
Meffin,
closers and
Bassett is not
songs.
terrible. If you think Bassett is terrible,
Fantastic scene.
then DeGrom is atrocious. Nice piece of hitting by Arcia. Leadoff hit.
The bottom of the 7th with a hit off Smith.
Want more stats? Just ask Siri who leads MLB in home runs.
Red Horse, that's a good comment. I don't see why it wouldn't, right?
As you look forward to the postseason,
You got Cy Young Award winners in Scherzer and DeGrom that
but it's the Houston Astros.
just exactly. Well, Jack, And that means absolutely nothing in the postseason, right? Like I said to people earlier, the Dodgers and the Cubs sweep the season series against the Mets in 2015. Who made the World Series? The Mets. They beat both of those teams.
They're a great team. They're pitching fantastic. Justin Verlander.
I know, Lion. You said it. A couple of Braves fans said it too. You don't take out your veteran. Look, did the Braves trusted Morton in that spot when he was struggling. They left him out there. They could easily took him out. They didn't. And he got out of it.
Trying to win his first World Series.
Well, Redos, that's a possibility, right? If in total, Scherzer and DeGrom missed 16 weeks in total, if both of them were here 5 weeks more, it might have been a different story. But you can't do what ifs, right?
I hate to sort of always ask that because I know it's old for him to hear it, but that's what the attention has been on with the Yankees.
Well, the Yankees have
Well, you know what?
left in Texas. There's a doubleheader Tuesday.
Just because the Mets might not win this division doesn't mean that I don't think that they can go far in the postseason, right? If they got hot at the right time, they can do it. Just like the Phillies can do it if they make it. Seattle. And Cunha strikes out. 1 out. Yeah, I think it's a big loss that we don't have Marte. I mean, that's your number 2 there right there.
Biggest story of the regular season has been what?
Well, I think the Dodgers have been a juggernaut. I think that they are the elephant in the room that you have to acknowledge. 110 wins. And they're not done yet. So we said this before when we covered their games.
Exactly, Drake.
Once they close the deal and win the World Series, nobody's going to care how many games you won during the regular season.
If you look at a season series against a team and think that it matters in the playoffs, you don't make no sense. The only thing that matters that I can recall in a season series domination and doesn't matter in the playoffs or does matter in the playoffs is the Yankees to the Astros. It seems like the Yankees can't get over that hump no matter they can't beat them in the season and they can't beat them in the playoffs. Other than that, season series means absolutely nothing for most teams.
Has done what he's done. He's seemingly overshadowed Ohtani, who may be better this year than he was last year.
Look, if you X the Dodgers, who would you rather face in the NLCS? The Cardinals, Brewers, Phillies, or the Mets or the Braves?
This year it's almost reversed.
I guarantee you they're going to tell you the other 3 teams, not the Mets or the Braves.
$30 million contract for Ohtani, 1-year deal.
Yeah, Carl, the biggest story.
Well, we got 2 more innings to try to come back.
It's going to be Judge's free agency, and then in 2023, it's going to be Ohtani. In those last months before he potentially becomes a free agent, that maybe gets the biggest contract we've ever seen.
Ken, that's true. Oh, James McCann made a block. Sorry, as you guys might know, I don't like James McCann.
And a sweeping slider. It's like his repertoire has evolved into almost unhittable at times.
Well, key hits, key home runs. That's basically the majority of their runs, right? They scored, 15 runs so far in the series? What was it? 5 runs each game so far?
He was a left-handed pitcher. He was a 92 to 95 mile-an-hour guy.
That's exactly right. And I think a lot of teams were going to.
On Saturday, he scored 4. So
I talked to Mike today, and he said that when he spoke with many teams, he told them, "Look, I'll do whatever your organization wants me to do. I'll help out anyway."
Yeah, you're gonna have Alvarez as your catcher and Nito as your backup. That's what's gonna happen. And Drew Smith walks Swanson. First and second, 1 out.
Yeah, Dana Brown, who's the scouting director for the Braves, told me this, that when the Braves...
Dylan, I never tried to like McCann. I said he was a bust from day one. He's a backup catcher. All right, so Bucks took out Drew Smith and going to bring in, not sure yet. We'll see. Well, Nito's is a competent backup, right? He is. Well, yeah. I mean, there's a pretty good chance that Strider and Harris are going to get a lot of the first place votes for Rookie of the Year. But, yeah, Harris should get it. Yeah, you're not trading James McCann with $20 million left on his contract. It's not happening. Nobody's taking that contract. Yeah, but when did McCann hit 28 home runs? Yeah, I don't think McCann hit 28 home runs. I could be wrong. I don't think he ever hit 28 home runs in his career. Let's see. No, never hit 28 home runs in his career. 2019, he hit 18. In 2020, 7. 10 last year, 2 this year. So 2019, good year. Not bad. He batted 273. Batted 289 average-wise in 2020, but he just had a really good year. And it's no mistake that 2019 was his last eligible contract year, right? Because he had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with the 5 with Detroit and then 1 with Chicago. So he batted 250, 260, 220, 250, 220, 273 in 2019 when he was looking for a contract. So contract year type of year, exactly what you got from James McCann. Again, I never expected James McCann to be a great offensive player, but when you're not locked down defensively, it's a problem. That's it. So Joely Rodriguez coming in. I mean, if you're going to put him in this spot, you should have put him in against Olsen. It's a little weird move by Buck. So you're going to bring in Rodriguez for Harris, but not for Olsen last inning. I don't get that.
Braves hang on and win against Joely Rodriguez now on the mound for New York. They'll have the magic number of 1.
All right, let's see.
Got
to keep it to 5 here. It's going to be over for the Mets.
One to Harris.
Well, Webb, you're a Debbie Downer, right? You are, buddy.
It's a 2-run game. You have 2 on. You need to win the game.
Webbs, where were you this whole time when the Mets were winning in June, July, and August, and now they're struggling, and now you pop up and are giving up on a team that probably going to win 100 games? I just don't get it.
It would have been a 1-run game. That would have been Diaz to start. As soon as it became a 2-run game, Buck decided not to go with him. Now he's going to favor with the lefties. But a big at-bat right here for Harris against Rodriguez.
Oh, look, Brave fans, even the Yankee fans coming in. Chris Lee. Interesting.
Braves got a 90% chance to win this game.
Can he beat anybody but the Twins in the playoffs?
I doubt it. That's an Eduardo White 2-run lead.
You're going to be one and done. Wherever you play, the Guardians, the Mariners, they're going to beat you. I promise you that.
Just eats up Harris right there.
Sure did. He's got Olsen on deck. Riley
Nicholas, I'm sorry. If the Braves don't win one game against the Marlins and the Mets sweep the Nationals, I'd be completely shocked.
I was curious to see how he was going to approach Riley. Already with the first pitch being up 0-1.
You sure about that, Webbs? Check back to the last 2 weeks of 2015 when the Mets won the division.
38 home runs on the season for Riley.
Just check. They won the division in 2015. The last 2 weeks of September, they were crawling into the playoffs in 2015. Yet they made the World Series. So I don't know what to say about that. So, but the Mets never had a 100-win season besides 86 by winning the World Series. You have to win 100 games and get into the playoffs before you can say, but the playoffs are not over yet, Webbs. So your comment means absolutely nothing. No, we got swept by the Cubs. That's the only team we got swept bye, if I'm not mistaken.
Nice play there at third base.
And the inning is over. They kept it to 5-3. So the Mets got 2 chances against Minter and Jansen. The 2015 Mets were not loaded. It was Cespedes or bust. Who was on that team? Lucas Duda, Daniel Murphy, who had 2 really good, excellent NLDS and NLCS and fell apart in the World Series, who cost us 2 games in that World Series. The Mets had nobody, right? Wilmer Flores was our shortstop. Ruben Tejada was our shortstop, right? We had nobody on that team. I'm sorry. The Mets got hot like the Braves did at the right time. That was it. Yeah, but Webbs, the Braves are a really good team. Like, they can beat good pitching as well. I'm sorry. You have to sometimes tip your cap to the team that beat you, not fold like the Mets are a 70-win team. I mean, Webbs, would you rather the Mets be 81-81 and not have no playoff chance? Then take that year. You want the Wilpons years again? Yeah, Judah, Wilmer Flores wasn't good with the Mets. He was a terrible defensive player and had a really nice stretch and had good clutch performances, but he wasn't that good. He's not a shortstop. All right. He was not as good. He got a lot mature and better now, but not at that time. But Webbs, what does that mean? The Dodgers were 1,000 times better than the Braves last year. What happened? The Astros were 1,000 times better than the Braves last year. It means nothing. That's what I don't think you understand, Webbs. You're looking at 3 games and looking at a month and saying, okay, there's no chance. You're already saying the season's over. So, again, don't watch the Mets. Don't watch the playoffs. If the Mets win the World Series, go buy a Brave shirt. I just don't understand your concept here. Webbs, you're exactly what you are. You are a front runner. You see guys go on Met fans too. That's who you are, Webbs. You're a front runner, right? You were shaking your pom-poms when the Mets were beating everybody all year. And then when the Mets have a problem and are struggling, you throw them in the water. So don't become a Mets fan. Don't come out when the Mets do well in the playoffs and show up and act like you were here the whole time. Don't watch. I don't know what to tell you. All right, top of the 8, 5-3 Braves. 7, 8, 9 for the Mets.
3 hits tonight. Has tightened up the batting race in the National League with Freddie Freeman. They are separated by percentage points.
Yeah, Mothman, I'm not going to say the Mets players are hurt. I'm sorry. That's not giving credit to the Braves, and that's not fair. Not Webbs would been with me for a while. Yeah, Webbs, I don't care if you're a fan of since 1989. All right? And that's a fair ball. That should be a double. Leadoff double for Canna. Ooh, Canna got lucky there. All right, leadoff hit for Canna. Yeah, Webbs, but you're not. You're not true to your team. You stick with your team through thick and thin. Why are you still? All right, put it this way. Why are you still a Met fan during the Wilpon era then, when they disappointed you every year?
As soon as he sees him go down, Acuna picks up, misses the ball. But at least he's on first with the tying run now with the play.
I know you're raging, Webb. You could be pissed off, but don't run away from this team and act like you're going to not watch them in the playoffs, and then when they do well, you're going to show positivity, because it doesn't work like that. All right, Vientos is pitch hitting.
Outside, ball 1.
Yeah, but Webbs, they're making the playoffs. It doesn't matter right now. It sucks. I agree. You can be pissed, but you will be here during the playoffs. You will be watching the Mets during the playoffs. Wild card or not, you'll be watching.
In there for a strike. New York
Right?
Mets are
If the
3-6
Mets tie this ball game, you don't think Met fans are going to pop up more on this stream and start trolling Brave fans? Of course they are. All right. Come on, Mark. Let's go.
James
Game not
McCann
over
is on
yet.
deck, and then it'll be Nimmo at the top. Nobody out. 5-3 eighth.
All right. Vientos putting together a good at bat here.
See, the number 1 prospect in baseball. This is the Mets' number 5 overall prospect. Swing and a miss.
I don't hate the 2015 Mets, but you're saying the Mets were way better than the 2022 Mets, which is hilarious roster-wise. You're looking at the outcome when the outcome is not finished in 2022. You're going to be the first one to say if the Mets win the 2022 World Series, oh, the 2022 Mets are better than 2015. You would be the first one to say that. All right. Come on, Mark. Ball 3. All right. Minter's a little wild here.
All right, I'm sitting cutter here. Hasn't been able to
Stick
throw
with your
fastball,
team,
four-seamer
thick
for
or
strike
thin.
yet.
It
This
sucks.
at-bat,
It's frustrating as a Mets fan, but
half landed for
deal
strikes.
with it, right? We dealt with it with the Wilpons. Why can't you deal with it with a 100-win Mets team that they're probably going to be a 100-win Mets team that'll make it the playoffs? Nice pitch. Nasty pitch by Minter. 1 out. Brandon Nimmo coming up.
89 miles per hour. He took a little bit off, but that's the pitch he's been landing. Taking advantage a little bit of the youth of Vientos. Taking 3-2 fastball. Good call by Darno.
Well, yeah, exactly. What did the Braves do last year, right? They weren't dominant last year. They got hot at the right time.
Strikeouts of Mets hitters tonight by Braves pitchers.
Alien, great point. 2015 Mets was only 7 years ago. DeGrom's the only one left from that team. What does that tell you?
Nito pass for McCann.
Good point.
Over to first.
I didn't think of that. It's a good point. Well, Nito's up now, so McCann ain't even worthy of this late at bat. I like Nito in this spot, to be honest with you. Come on, Tomas. Let's go. Yeah, but Jack, you didn't also lose 2 aces for 16 weeks in the season.
As far as depth is concerned,
That's, Chris Bassett was our ace for almost 2 months. And we didn't have DeGrom for a half a season. And we didn't have Scherzer for 10 weeks. It's a lot of weeks. It's a lot of wins that could have been had if we had them, right? But injuries are no excuse. It is what it is. Both teams are still going to win 100 games despite those injuries.
That's a good pitch from Victor. The changeup was about 7 feet.
All right, 1-1.
Outside, and then he comes back and pours a cutter in right on the corner.
You're right, Eduardo. That's his best command pitch tonight so far.
Oh, Beatty, he broke his finger, Chris.
7 of the 9 strikeouts have come with a man on for the Mets tonight.
Nito, it might be a ground ball. It might be a double play, and it is. Big double play by the Braves to get out of the 8th. And now it's the bottom of the 8th. Mets trail by 2. And we'll have one more chance in the 9th inning with the top of the order coming up against Jansen, clearly, to come back against the Braves, who've outperformed the Mets in every aspect of this series. Pitching, hitting, clutch hitting, and technically bullpen, right? The story of the game, men left on base. Story of the series, men left on base. Mets left lots of guys left on base. The Braves gave them opportunities. There's no doubt about that. Credit to the Braves for getting out of those situations with, I think it was up to 20 men left on base in 3 games. And that's a problem. When you score 2 runs in the first 2 games and then you score only 3 so far, it's a problem. Chris, thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Well, Vogie came out of the game because they put a lefty in the lineup and in the game, and then, well, there you go. Mariano, the Mets won't beat a 5 seed. They beat a 4 seed, and they can't go lower than that. Danny, I wouldn't say they're not playing what they wanted. I think they got outperformed by a really good Braves team. That's it. The Mets underperformed in September. It's just that simple. Well, Mothman, I agree. But again, there's going to be Mets fans that are going to claim they're done with this team. The Mets win a wildcard series and go into the Dodgers, they'll be waving their pom-poms. And those are fans that are a joke. All right? Well, WW, thank you. That means you're giving us the wildcard round. I like that. And once again, the Dodgers, they can beat anybody, but they also lose a lot in the playoffs in a 162-game season. Well, Mariana, it might not be the Padres yet. There's still an opportunity that the Phillies or the Phillies can actually take that spot. All right, so Matt Olson up, top of the bottom of the 8th. Excuse me.
Take him out. He go the other way. He was quick.
Yeah, I think people don't look at the hit total and see how the Mets only have 3 runs with 11 hits.
Ball strike 1 on the inside corner. There's a lot of things you can say about Ozzie that he was sort of like the forefather of. He did a lot of things originally, and he did a lot of things first. Did you have a favorite shortstop behind you or second baseman? You knew, like, you know what, I'm covered here. Doesn't matter who it is. Derek Jeter's pretty good. Especially I saw.
Hey, Mike, thank you for the super chat, buddy. Well, Mike, be upset, but don't be done with the team. I know you said that, but don't be done with the team. I'm not trying to satisfy Met fans. I just don't want you to be a front-running Met fan. If I get on Braves fans and Dodger fans and Yankee fans who show up only when they're winning, I have to get on Mets fans as well. And if you're going to tell me on my channel that you're done with a 100-win Mets team that is making the playoffs. This isn't 07 and 08 when they lost at the end of the year and they didn't make the playoffs. Big difference. If you're going to show up only when they win, you're a front runner. I'm not going to just go after Brave fans, Yankee fans, Dodger fans, Philly fans, and not go after my own compadres, basically, Met fans, because I do.
It's just so hard with today's relief pitcher.
Well, Lion, I never said I disagreed with you, but you were banking it on the roster, the paper, right? Oh, look, Rodriguez strikes out Olsen. What should have happened when Olsen hit that home run off of Lugo? Rodriguez should have been in the game. Go figure.
Well, one thing's for sure, they just do not miss the fastball.
Danny G, nobody needs to sweep anybody off their ass, all right? If the Mets go head hunting against the Braves in this situation, I'll be very disappointed in that. The Braves outperformed you. Get over it. Get ready for the playoffs. That's it.
It's not the trumpets.
It's going to be Jansen for the night. The Braves set it up like that. Yeah, I have no problem calling out. Diaz is coming in. which is not shocking. Again, another thing the Braves did very well, the Mets' best pitcher, which is Diaz, couldn't help the Mets in this situation because the Braves never gave him that chance. Another big reason why the Braves are winning this series and possibly sweeping the Mets. Well, Mike, I agree with that. You know, see, the problem is, and I understand why Mets fans are like this. They're very, what have you done for me lately type of fan base. And I guess you can say every fan base is like that. But, you know, the Brave fans have a world championship to lean on. So, oh, Mike, thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Mets don't have, you know, if we look back 2 years ago, or even 2.5 years ago, we've had one of the worst owners in baseball, a Ponzi scheme owner, right? And that's what you have to look at, right? We don't have a World Series last year to say, oh, all right, you know, if the Braves don't win the World Series this year, Brave fans are not going to say, oh, God, this team is terrible. No, you're not. You know, I mean, most times you don't expect a team to win the World Series and come back the next year and win the World Series. They can do it because they're in the playoffs. Well, Braves baseball, you just contradicted yourself, buddy. You said the Mets higher ups focused on pitching, but you just said the Mets have one of the best bullpens while the Braves have one of the most versatile. Okay, you said Mets. Excuse me about that. I read that wrong. Yes. Well, the Mets don't have one of the best bullpens. They have an unfortunate bullpen that has been good at times, but they give up a lot of big runs. Sorry, I read that wrong. That's my fault. But that's a good take on you, baseball edits. All right, Darno's up. Edwin Diaz in. All right, first pitch should be 2 outs, and it is. All right, Contreras is coming up with the trumpets. I have to mute it because I'll get demonetized if I don't. I agree, Webbs. And there's no there's no trying to hide behind that. It's 36 years. I get it. But that has something to do with this year. And I think Met fans tend to use history as a boiling point, if that makes sense. And they shouldn't. Right? Did the Braves fans talk about 95 as a boiling point? They probably did. Like, oh, these Braves ain't winning. Look, they haven't won since 95. If you have that mentality, you're never going to be happy.
I will say this, though. Mets fans, look at the long version. All the way from the bullpen.
Last pitch from Edwin Diaz, 100 miles an hour. The Mets will have the top of the order in the ninth, and likely will face.
And he strikes out Contreras to end the inning. Here comes the last licks for the Mets to not get swept by the Braves and take a commanding lead and basically the end of a division for the Mets, who hold it for every day except for 4 days. And now it could be 5 days, and it could be over for the Mets division-wise. Let's see. What was somebody saying? Well, I know you guys are big on Georgia football, so I'm not gonna say college football don't matter, because that would be stupid coming from a northeaster, right? I know how the football is in the southern part of the country, so I'm not gonna say that. So, as I predicted, Jansen is coming in for a third day. Again, I know Brave fans are not happy about that, but it was kind of the writing on the wall when Iglesias came in the 7th. So, well, Terry, yeah, some of them would. But again, Oh, I'm sorry if I missed a couple of your comments. There's about 20 people that commented at the same time. I wouldn't say Webb's he's pitching for a contract. I mean, doesn't every player pitch or play for a contract in a contract year? I do think that DeGrom thinks that he can just go out there and the team sees 48 and DeGrom and fold. I do think he has that Oedipus complex where he thinks that he can just walk out onto the mound and people are just going to fold. I think he has that. I mean, he's still got great stuff. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, I don't get Webbs. I agree with you with that. I don't get the great vibes from him anymore. He seems like he has 1 foot out. All right, guys. Top of the ninth, Jansen in for the 3rd straight day. Mets have the top of the order. Last chance for them to come back in this ball game.
62 innings, strikeout rate of 33%. His walk rate is right around Major League average. He's pitched on 3 straight days once this season, August 12th to the 14th. It was in Miami, and he got all 3 saves. So he will deal with Brandon Nimmo, Lindor, and McNeil. Anything to that, Eduardo? As good as Jansen's been, we've now seen this.
Heredia
I think we're about to find out. He was really dominant yesterday. The cutter
is in left field for the Braves. Get a little bit more defense in there for the Braves.
was on point. They're hoping to see the same thing here.
Every other reliever has been rock solid tonight for Atlanta. A 1 hit, a walk. Strike 1.
Nice pitch by Jansen. 0-2 on Nimmo.
He makes a living off of. He's moved it around the zone.
We've seen him for so many years when he goes up 2. Get chases way up in the zone.
Oh, and 2.
Nimmo got very confused on that pitch, but fouled it off.
Rated everywhere.
Ground ball should be an easy out. Nice play. Nice recovery by Swanson there. Tough hop. That could have messed him up, but he recovered and made the play, beat Nimmo by a step.
Gets it, stays back, just comes up.
Nice play by Swanson there. That was not an easy hop at all. That could have easily bounced off his body and been an infield single.
Strong throw over first base, respecting the speed of Nimmo.
Ridiculous hop, 105 miles an hour.
All right, Lindor's up with 1 out.
Into his chest. Here's Lindor. These kids have had a lot to cheer about. The University of Georgia football team drops to 2 in the rankings. They got a narrow win. The Falcons won earlier today, and now the Braves trying to complete a sweep with the New York Mets. Lindor, fair
Should be 2 outs. Quick 2 outs for the Braves. Going down easily. 2 outs. McNeil coming up.
McNeil has been outstanding tonight with 2 singles and a homer. They need to get Pete Alonso off. The Atlanta Braves were 10 and a half games behind the Mets. June started. Now they're a game ahead of them. McNeil, right field. Acuna going back, still going.
Game over.
He's there.
Braves sweep the Mets, and the Mets take the 1-game lead they had going into the series, and now they are down 2 games. In all likelihood, the Braves take over the division, second to last series of the year, and now the Mets scrolling to the last 3 games of the season, coming back home, and now are looking at a wild card series with whoever they play on Friday. And there is nothing more to say than you give 110% to the Braves, credit to the Braves for doing what they did, right? We said it before the series started. The Braves had to sweep, and they did. The Mets came up small, the Braves came up big. And now the Braves will have most like, again, 99% chance of winning the division. Again, we know how it can happen, but all likelihood, it ain't going to happen, right? Braves get swept by the Marlins. I know, I'm laughing at that because that sounds funny. And the Mets sweep the Nationals, the only way the Mets can win the division. Tim, why do I have to apologize for Kenley Jansen? Your own Braves fans said Kenley Jansen is questionable. I don't know what to tell you there. I wasn't the only one. And again, once again, there's a couple of decisions in the series. Buck, yes, but here's the problem. The New York Mets, one thing they could not do against the Braves, and that was give up home runs. The Braves swamped us with home runs. That's how they win. That's what they always do. And they conquered that whole opinion and facts into fruition in this series. And that's exactly what they did. Well, I don't know how it's an epic comeback by the Braves, considering that it took 4.5 months to come back, right? You had a historic run, right? What was it, 73 and 20 something, right? The Mets, it's not like the Mets were 20 games under 500, right? You went on a historic run. The Mets didn't collapse. The Braves played better. Simple. And the Braves won the division. But remember this, Brave fans, and this is exactly what I'm going to tell you. And I said this to Dodger fans every year. Smokey, it's not a collapse. It's not a collapse, right? Did the Dodgers collapse last year for losing to the Giants in the division? But it was again, Jack, it was a 10-game lead in June 1st. It wasn't a 10-game lead in September. Sorry, chat room. Good night, stream. Great fun. Catch you again. All right, Donnie, have a good day. Yeah, and power and home runs. Where did I get the Yankees? Who is exactly what the Braves are this year. Last year, you weren't just a home run hitting team, right? You're much of a power hitting team this year than you were last year. You're more of a power hitting team, especially with Olsen. Garrett, I never said that. You're listening to Salicata, not me. I never, ever said the Mets, the division was over in May. I never said that. And again, congratulations, Braves, right? You won the division. But you still got to go through the playoffs, right? You got an easier road than the Mets at this point, right? Doesn't mean you're going to go anywhere, right? Brave fans should know that more than anybody, right? Who was favored every series that the Braves played last year in the playoffs? It wasn't the Braves, but they won. They kicked their ass. They kicked the Dodgers' ass. They kicked the Astros' ass. It was actually nice to see because I don't like the Dodgers and I can't stand the Astros. Right? I don't want the Braves to win, but come on, how can I root for the Dodgers and the Astros? Let's see. What else do we got in the comments? The Mets hit home runs in the series. But they did not get more home runs than the Braves. That was it. Jesse, I agree. You're telling me that I was not saying shit about the Braves. What are you talking about? I said the Dodgers championship is a joke. All right, guys. So with that said, the Braves have a 2-game lead with 3 games to go. Again, the magic number is 1 for the Braves. I don't think there should be a magic number. There's probably 100% chance that the Braves are going to win 1 game against the Marlins, especially with Alcantara not pitching as well. And even with that, they'll still get a game. So pretty much the division is over. So the Braves, nothing you can say except the Braves are the division winners, and the Mets faltered in September and didn't do what they were supposed to do in September, and the Braves did. Very simple. Yep, correct. And Brave fans, you could be cocky, right? You weren't cocky last year until you won the World Series, and you should be cocky. But again, you won the division. You didn't win a championship yet. Again, you might get knocked off by the Cardinals. You might get knocked off by a wildcard team. You never know. We've seen crazier things. Yeah, but it's not a collapse. If it's a collapse, then you're telling yourself the Braves are not that good. That's a collapse, right? The Mets are 20 games over 500 since June 1st. That's not a collapse. You played 50 games over 500. That's the difference. Once again, guys, the Braves beat the Mets 5-3. Sweep the series, as we all said that the Braves needed to do, and they did it. Tip your cap to them. Met fans, you can be disappointed. You can blame anybody you want, but it's a total team failure. That's it. Well, Tim, we'll see. We will see. Justin, you don't have to tell me to hold my head up high, right? Your 88-team Braves won the World Series last year. Why should I be concerned? Right? I'm pissed off, but I'm going to lose faith in a team that's probably going to win 100 games. Yeah, but it's not a collapse. You like to say that, right? You like to say it's a collapse, but it's not a collapse. Collapse is missing the playoffs. If we miss the playoffs, it's a collapse. It's not a collapse. The Mets are making the playoffs. Is it a collapse if we see you in the NLCS? No, right? The Mets have as good a shot to make the World Series as the Braves. Why? Because they're one of 12 teams in the playoffs, right? The Phillies can have the worst record out of every team making the playoffs. If they win the World Series, or they have the same chance as the Braves and the Mets and the Yankees and the Mariners and the Brewers and the Padres as everybody else does, right? The Braves weren't favored to win the World Series last year, but you won it. The Nationals in 2019 weren't favored to win the World Series last year in 2019. It's not always the favorite team. Well, Cruz, we're not facing the Dodgers yet. Not yet. So, once again, guys, Mets lose 5-3. Braves sweep the series. Braves completely outperformed the Mets. And all that's got to happen now, the Mets got to lick their wounds don't feel sorry for themselves. Realize they're still a good team. And let's wait to see what happens in the playoffs. Because all that matters is what you do in the playoffs. Remember, the Braves fans were exactly the same way last year, right? They were like, they probably weren't thinking they were winning the World Series. No Acuna, no Soroka, and they won the World Series. They can be cocky now. And once again, wait until the playoffs. Everybody, have a good night. Again, it was a fun 3 games. Again, not exactly the way I planned it or wanted it, but it is what it is, right? That's why we all watch baseball. Once again, guys, everybody have a good night. I'll see you next time. And don't worry, Brave fans, I will always be back. I'll always be back. I take it. Brave fans, continue to come back as always. You know I appreciate you guys coming on the stream. Once again, everybody have a good night. Let's go Mets. See you next time.